Today on Radio Free History, we continue our How Art Got Ugly series with a deep dive into the art and aesthetics of Weimar Germany. Weimar Germany is a true turning point in every sense of the word, both politically and aesthetically. The decisions made in Weimar Germany continue to cast a shadow on our world today. Hi guys, this conversation ran a little long, close to 5 hours actually. It was a great conversation. We covered a lot of material, but 5 hours is a little much for anybody to digest in one sitting. So we are releasing this as two separate episodes, 25A and 25B, but we're also going to release the full 5-hour conversation as episode 25 if you're brave enough and have the attention span to get through the whole thing in one sitting. So it's been a few episodes since we did our Beavis and Butthead shtick making fun of ugly art.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of ugly art to make fun of.
God, it's just been an age of decay. It's just like we live in an artistic dark age.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't do anything to deserve this, but it happened.
Today's story is going to be introducing architecture into the mix. We're going to be talking about 1920s Weimar Germany.
Ooh, finally.
So, wait till we get to 1930s Germany.
Oh, excellent. I've been looking forward to this. This is one thing. This is an interesting period of history.
If you were a dictator who had strong opinions about the arts, the 1920s would be a place that inspires you.
Yeah.
Weimar Germany.
It might inspire you to write a book.
About your struggles.
Yeah.
So, since we're going to be talking a lot about architecture today, figured we'd look at some ugly architecture ourselves. And there really is only one place we can start with this.
Okay, this place is a fucking crime against humanity. I'm not pro the death penalty usually, but the guy who designed this and the people who signed off on it should all be hung in a public square. I had to walk by this monstrosity. Now you see it's sticking out of a beautiful building. And I had to walk by this. I had to explain this to tourists. I had to explain this to people coming to visit. This is like this cancerous growth growing out of a beautiful classic building. It looks like a fucking tool shed that someone tried to build on acid.
This is the Royal Ontario Museum. This is a beautiful museum filled with many of the greatest artifacts of Canada from the Victorian era.
But you can't see as many of them as would be nice too, because you can't, like, there's walls are curved, so you can't hang beautiful exhibits on them.
Yep. Yeah, so when I was an undergraduate, this whole thing was under construction, saying it was going to be some new modern architecture thing. And people thought it was ugly then, people think it's ugly now, and we're still just supposed to accept that this is beautiful?
Yeah, I had to walk by this frickin' thing on the way home from work for many frickin' years.
Did you get impaled by a falling icicle?
I was lucky, and I didn't get fried by the... At a certain time of year in Toronto, it focuses the light of the sun. It was just very badly designed. So
yeah. Oh, and this is the guy who did the new replacement World Trade Center that looks, completely unimpressive for the tallest building in Manhattan.
Religion of peace, you know what to do. I'm not saying do it, but you know what to do.
This building is full of a bunch of weirdly angled walls to make some stupid point. The new World Trade Center is filled with a bunch of stupidly angled walls to make some silly point. I wonder if this is a pattern here. This is done by a Polish architect named Daniel Libeskind. And let's take a look at some of the other things he's done, why don't we?
I don't want to say, okay, this looks like the frickin' Sandcrawler from Tatooine and Doom. That's what Star Wars,
yeah.
Pardon me. The Dune Crawler, pardon me.
This is the Denver Art Museum, and for a guy whose vision is to put a crystal on an old building, he seems to be milking this idea.
Yeah. I'm reminded of a traveling con artist going to every little podunk town and be like, I'll teach you something.
Yep. Well, let's see what he taught the people of Dublin, Ireland, shall we?
Not Dublin. Oh, this is probably what's got Conor McGregor on the freaking bad way. He saw this and he realized there was no hope for civilization, and he just started hanging out with criminals.
Well, I'm sure that he had a good story behind whatever the fuck this thing is, but you can't out bullshit an Irishman.
In a country that like still is very, very proud of their car bombs, you
Yeah.
probably don't want to be building shit out of glass. I'm just saying.
And by the way, for any Irish people listening, I don't say that pejoratively when I say you're a good bullshit artist. I mean, you just tell beautiful stories, even if you're making them up off the top of your head.
Oscar Wilde was like, God and Blarney Stone, very gifted people when it comes to freaking limericks and storytelling.
In fact, Limerick was named after Limerick. So let's look at one last thing the guy did. This is Dresden. Now, for those of you who are familiar with history, you know that Dresden suffered a huge firebombing that completely destroyed the city, killed 120,000 people.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
Kurt Vonnegut survived.
But surely that's the worst thing to ever happen to Dresden's culture, right? Well, let's look at their museum, which was blessed with Daniel Libeskind's architecture.
Where's the...
It's like a goiter. That's how I described it. It's a goiter on the Dresden Museum of Military History.
We can't drop incendiary bombs on this.
I guess it's thematically appropriate for the Dresden Museum of Military History.
Yeah. Well, guys, we got fucked again.
Well, there's a better Dresden Museum of Military History, though, and it's called Dresden.
Yeah. We have to rebuild everything.
Yeah, this is the extra wrinkle to our How Art Got Ugly story that we have to address as well. How the fuck did architecture go this way? It's hard enough to explain why Picasso got famous drawing anatomically incorrect women with like 2 eyes on one side of her body and 2 tits on the other. But like now we have to explain this shit as well.
There's something very fishy going on here.
Well, Daniel Libeskind is not the only bad architect out there, so let's look at some other architecture that pollutes the otherwise beautiful landscape and culture in Europe. Why don't we? This is the Centre de Pompidou in Paris. This is not under construction, by the way.
I was gonna say this is like because this looks like Paris. If you actually go, like this, a lot of it's getting restored or under construction at any given time. But like, yeah, this looks like just
Like, what's
scaffolding.
this? Like, got an elevator on the outside of it?
I was inspired by all of the reconstruction that we have to do to keep Paris from sinking into the catacombs.
I can't even say anything. I can't even come up with anything to say about this. It's just so ugly on its face.
It'll be nice when it's done, I guess. That's all I can say. Is it suggests we should be collectively ashamed of ourselves, this species.
You think of Paris as being such a cultured place, but now I'm starting to rethink that. Now I understand why the English hate the French so much. So let's look at what else the great architects of Europe have decided to bless us with in the last half century or so. This is the Euronews building in Lyon. What the fuck is this?
It looks like Mr. Lady's glasses.
Yeah, I know. Is this
On the
glasses? Is this like my eyes are up here? These are tits? I don't know what they are.
It's something horrible. It hurts my eyes. It's deeply offensive.
Yeah.
To every one of my visual receptors. I just can't deal with this. It's like a freaking ulcer.
Like I said, it's the Euronews building, and I mean, I know that in the liberal democratic West, it offends us in some way to bomb a news building, but fuck it, I'll make an exception for this. Even if it looked like a normal building, just that color. That color alone is obnoxious.
They just build something even uglier. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're not wrong on that. Let's look at a quaint town in the Netherlands, why don't we? This is Groningen.
This is another one of these dune crawler looking things.
It's like one of these cultural centers. It's part shopping mall, part theater, part whatever. But look at how beautiful the architecture is around it. And this is just...
Makes it that much worse.
This is just some communist who hates the past and needs to pollute everything.
Yeah. Like, tear down the old.
But, you know, as bad as the Europeans have it when it comes to architecture, you have to remember one thing. The 20th century is the American century. The 20th century is a century when the United States was the most powerful political force that the world had ever seen. Usually when you have a powerful empire, what do? How do they assert their influence? They do it with architecture. You know, the Romans, they would move places, they would build aqueducts, they would build huge Roman columns everywhere to remind the locals of who colonized them. The British, there's huge train stations that are still preserved in India and in the various other places that they colonized, right?
It's a big deal. The British train station is still like a big deal in Kuala Lumpur.
Yep, and Mumbai as well, a lot of these places. So you would think that during the American century, the Americans known for, let's say, not being subtle in a lot of ways, you'd think that the American century would be filled with the most impressive architecture you've ever seen. In actuality, like, you got stuff like this in the mid-century.
This hurts my eyes.
Like, what is this?
Again, it looks like a really poorly designed defensive works.
Yeah.
Like,
this is Boston City Hall from 1968. It was part of like an urban renewal program. Now, Boston's old City Hall was nice old New England architecture. What is this?
This looks like a building that's been half blown up, like that you'd see in Ukraine or Syria or something. Like it's been shelled. The outside fell off, and you just see right into the rooms. Like,
or it looks like an old like 90s, early 2000s video game where something didn't render properly.
Yeah, once you're really we only have so many bits, guys, to do the background. So. And it's the brutalist.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out that the concrete, the dogs pee on it and dissolve the concrete slowly.
Yep.
So you gotta stop building.
Well, but again, so this was for whatever reason the way that the Americans wanted to assert their power, assert their dominance. This is their show of dominance in the mid-century when nobody could touch the Americans. They wanted to build a bunch of stuff out of unpainted concrete. That was not even painted. You see, there's a couple of stains right in the middle there. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not truly modern architecture unless there's streaks and stains on it for some reason. That seems to be the calling card of it.
If I was to write like a dystopian novel, I'd make the architecture look like this.
But this is just one building, right? One data point can always just be an artist's acid trip. Let's see what else came out of the United States in the mid-century. Okay, now I'm starting to see a pattern here.
So ugly.
Well, just look at the weathering along the edges on the top there. It's starting to turn black.
It's upside down. Yeah. Why would you build an upside-down building? I don't get it.
Well, this is Dallas's City Hall, and you'd think that if you're working for the government, you would at least want to put forth the image of something utopian or something big and grandiose. Like, what does this inspire?
This looks like a piece of industrial equipment, like a corrugator.
Yeah, for the...
You're going to work in a box factory. This is to inspire you, kids.
I guess if you're going to be a bureaucrat working at Dallas' City Hall, maybe that is appropriate, but still, like, there's lots of city halls in the world that don't look like this.
Yeah, our city,
our old City Hall was great.
At least it got blown up in that movie. Or the new City Hall got blown up in that movie, Resident Evil.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that movie.
Yeah, a lot of... It's ugly.
Yeah.
The old one's beautiful, though.
Yeah, I haven't put Toronto City Hall in this, maybe because I just subconsciously wanted to hide our shame.
Yeah.
But, no, the Royal Ontario Museum is our shame. Yeah. But, yeah, the City Hall is pretty terrible, too. And it's the same brutalist shit as well. Like, a weird geometric shape and unpainted concrete.
We had a mayor who was smoking crack and got caught, and I was still more ashamed of the new City Hall than I was of the crack-smoking mayor.
So let's see what else the United States gave the world in the mid-century.
This is not the Eiffel Tower.
No, and even the Eiffel Tower isn't like an old Victorian building. Like, let's just go through this one by one. The one in the top left is the Geisel Library at the University of California, San Diego. Okay, you've stacked glass upon a bunch of raised pillars, but like, what's the point? Like, again, a library is supposed to be, a building where it's like warm and welcoming, where you want to read books. That looks like the bad guy's lair in a movie, in a superhero movie.
Yeah, it looks like Cloud City.
Yeah.
It looks like, or like a really ugly mushroom.
Yeah, where you go to get betrayed by a black guy.
Yeah, exactly. I love that he ended up doing
Colt 45
liquor. That was like his big coup after the Star Wars was like malt liquor ass. Like it's just like if Snoop Dogg sold fried chicken or something. It's just like what's his name tried to sell fried chicken. The crackhead one. What was the hype man?
Flavor Flav?
Yes, Flavor Flav went to Detroit. Speaking of freaking disasters, and opened a fried chicken place, and like didn't pay any rent. And then
now, if you want to know just how decadent the United States was toward the end of the 20th century, I'm going to give you the names of two people who were child prodigies: Ron Jeremy and Flavor Flav.
Yep. Look what they did, guys. That's what happens when you call kids gifted. They do porn or they smoke crack.
So, the one in the top right, that's the LBJ Presidential Library. Now, again, you're the president who invaded Vietnam and dumped Agent Orange on the place. You want to project some sort of authority if you're doing something like that. That's like the Stonehenge model from This Is Spinal Tap.
This looks like where you put your boat for the winter.
Yeah.
You raise it up out of the water so it doesn't get hurt by the ice. And you just that's what it looks like. It looks like an oval place to winter your boat. They have buildings that look like that all over cottage country in Ontario.
And you know what? It would be less offensive if they made the Royal Ontario Museum look like that.
Yep,
It at least looks like a proper museum, at least.
Yeah. At least it's not going to kill me with fallen ice.
Actually, you want to talk Star Wars stuff. On Hoth at the beginning of Episode 5 where they got to get the door closed?
Yeah.
That's what that looks like.
Yep. It's designed for extreme temperatures.
Now, the one on the bottom right is the court building in Buffalo.
Okay, you imagine you're some poor guy, you got to go deal with your parking tickets, and you got to go into this monstrosity that you know was funded by the parking tickets that you got to pay.
Or, like, you have to deal with Shanique with the DMV, because I'm sure there's a DMV in there.
We don't need a third floor. You go right up to the fourth, honey.
Well, it's like just, again, you think of the American century, you think of American architecture. I kind of think of a big slab of concrete where Shaniqua works, whether it's at the Social Security office or the DMV or whatever.
I got double points because I'm black and a woman.
For everything, like the Americans put a man on the moon. That's how big they think. Why the fuck doesn't their architecture reflect that?
Well, just like imagine pitching this. You're like, okay, guys, I got an idea. We're gonna have a building missing a floor. Just randomly in the middle.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one on the bottom right. That's
Oh God. It's like again, it looks like something out of like a Halo villain.
Yeah.
Would live there, or like you have to go in there and kill the aliens or something. Like it's.
Well, just, I look at a 20-story building downtown, you know what I think? This place should have no windows.
Yeah.
That would make that place more warm.
Isn't it like the Ministry of Truth have no windows in the freaking
yeah. No, the one in the bottom left, the one that's missing a floor, that's the Hotel Marcel in New Haven.
Oh, God.
And, like, again, what's the point? What is the fucking point of that building? Yes, you can build a concrete slab with cantilevered floors, but what's the point?
Yeah.
And it's unpainted, and they're all unpainted. They're all weathered. You can see stains on all of these buildings.
And a lot of these weird little angles, they create wind tunnels.
Yeah.
As I've learned living amongst this architecture in Toronto. If you're in California, that's great because you need a breeze to keep you cool. If it's February in Toronto and you're in a wind tunnel.
But there's one other thing we really need to talk about. Now, every art history lecture or documentary, at some point it talks about Mark Rothko. He's the guy who painted like the rectangles of solid colors.
It's easily my least favorite kind of painting.
Well, we'll be talking about Rothko in a couple of episodes, but you know, he just looks like he did stuff with a paint roller in 15 minutes, and everybody talks about how he is a genius or a visionary or whatever. And it just, I've always wondered, what's the point? Yet every one of those documentaries talks about how he got the contract to decorate the restaurant at the Seagram building. So this Seagram building just must be this absolute monument in New York, because this fucking hack painter made it into the history books by being the interior decorator of this place. Like, it must be right up there with the World Trade Center and the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building. Can you tell me off the top of your head what the Seagram building looked like?
No.
No, I can't either. So just hold on to your seat, because this must be the most impressive building you've ever seen in your life.
It's really ugly. It's like a board cube.
It's not even the ugliest thing. It's just, there's nothing to it.
It's supposed to be like the monolith?
Yeah, it's just, there's nothing there. I can't even say anything bad about this thing. It's just so
It's reflecting an image of a less ugly building. That's
Yes.
the nicest thing I can say about this thing.
Yes. This is what mid-century international style architecture was. Just a building that, I don't know, it made out of steel and glass? Like, what? I can't say anything about this. I mean, I'm trying to make a sarcastic comment here. There's just there's nothing to work with.
It's like trying to comment on a void.
And yet, Mark Rothko, another very mediocre painter, became world famous by getting the contract to put a couple paintings in the restaurant here.
That he made with the paint roller.
Yeah.
So
this is the mystery we've got to get to the bottom of as well. You know, it's already, our story is convoluted enough. Already we're talking about Picasso putting two eyes on one side of a woman's body and two tits on the other side. And we have to explain that, and we have to explain Sikhs putting doilies on cars. Now we have to ask, why the hell are buildings so unimpressive and uninspiring in the 20th century?
yeah, that's a great question. I figured it was for, some kind of practical reason, but he says this is completely impractical.
Yeah. Well, even if it was practical, like, you know Americans, I know Americans, and I love Americans, don't get me wrong. Since when do Americans say, you know what, let's just save money and do this in a practical way?
That's fair. That's a very fair point. That's very un-American.
So that's another open mystery which we have to add to our storyline, and that brings us to our next episode.
When I think of the Americans, I think of a country that elected a guy with gold toilets.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
To be a man of the people.
But you know what? The building with gold toilets in it just seems more, congruent with the American culture I know and love than this thing.
Success. It should be all Roman columns and pyramids and just like.
So I remind you guys to like and subscribe on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. If you want to throw us a couple bucks, you can go to ko-fi.com/Radio Free History or subscribestar.com/radio-free history. If you donate to one of our higher tiers, we'll send you some merch. The merch is much more aesthetically pleasing than the art we've been looking at in this series.
Our merch should be in a museum compared to this crap.
Mm-hmm. Just not the Royal Ontario Museum.
God, no. The sunlight will damage it. The freaking crystal windows.
So when we last left off, we were looking at art in the 20s, and it turned out there was just so much about the 20s that underlies our current culture that we couldn't fit it all into one episode.
A lot freaking happened in that decade.
Well, I didn't know a thing about this when I started this series. I thought it was just going to be a gimmick episode, but, so much of this art turned out to be propaganda, so there's a lot of story to tell. Because there's a lot of political context behind everything we talk about, which segues right into Weimar in the 1920s.
I'm not the dumbest guy, and I'm still consistently shocked by how much propaganda has affected my view of the world. The more I learn, it's just fascinating.
Yeah, so like I said, it's going to take us 4 episodes to get through the 1920s. Plus, we also had a bottle episode about the water lilies, Monet's water lilies, which was technically a 20s episode as well. But we said a couple episodes ago that we're going to do this in 4 parallel storylines, like the movie Rashomon, like the old Japanese movie, where some incident happens out in the woods and every character has a different recollection of it.
This one's for you, Weaves.
Or fans of King of the Hill.
Yeah.
In fact, every sitcom in the 90s had one Rashomon episode.
It's like they build your own adventure. There's just certain tropes that just...
Yeah, so we've done 2 Rashomon episodes already. One was on Rome, one was on Moscow. I suggest you go back and watch those because we're going to be referencing those, and some of the characters from those episodes are going to make a cameo here.
One of my takeaways was, however bad things are in Western Europe, they're much worse in Eastern Europe. That's just a general rule of everything.
My takeaway is it doesn't matter what time period you look at, Russia's just a disaster.
Yep. No, absolutely. Top to bottom. Dysfunctional society.
Yeah, so today's Rashomon episode, it's about Weimar in the 1920s, and this is where it gets interesting, because the interwar period, it's a time of dictators, and in Germany, it's going to elect one of them in the early 1930s, who we all know about. You know who I'm talking about, guys. If you don't, you shouldn't be watching a history podcast. And this guy, he has some strong opinions about the arts.
Does he ever? I made it clear on our World War II episodes that Hitler is just a crappy theater kid.
Mm-hmm.
And that this is, the reason that you bring that up is because this has, things follow from that.
Well, yeah, 1920s Weimar Germany was the golden era for failed artists, as we're going to be seeing here.
as I think also is our own age.
Oh, yeah.
I suspect.
We're talking about the 20s today, so we're not going to talk about Hitler till we do our episode about the 30s, but there's a lot of stuff that happens in the 20s that just sets the stage for his grand entrance in 1933. Now, I've said in the last couple of episodes that it seems like our culture stopped around 1925. Here's how much of an inflection point that was. In 1924... this unsuccessful painter was in Landsberg am Lech prison writing Mein Kampf. And
oh, you were just dictating it that.
Okay, fair. Well, in that book, he talked about the culture of Germany falling victim to Kulturbolschewismus, or cultural Bolshevism, which is probably better translated as artistic Bolshevism. Now, let's take a look at the cast of characters that was in that prison. Name this band. Second from the right, that's Rudolf Hess. You know how like every group of nerds has one guy who's just a little bit retarded, but we still, we appreciate him for his encyclopedic knowledge of one subject, one really obscure subject. Yeah, that's Rudolf Hess. Just look at him.
Oh, God, that guy. He's a funny-looking man.
Also, if you had to look at this group of 5 individuals and ask who was most likely to be a genocidal dictator, I think you get it right.
Yeah.
10 times out of 10.
Yeah, these are...
He seems like a guy with intense opinions.
Does he ever?
Yeah, just as in Russia, Germany has 2 contrasting decades. The 1930s, it had a very conservative, traditional aesthetic, meant to propagandize the lowest common denominator. That's when you got stuff like this. This is a painting commemorating the beer hall putsch with Hitler in the middle looking heroic and brave. It's not quite the most historically accurate account of what happened on that fateful night.
There are differing accounts, but most likely what happened is Hitler fell down and then ran away.
Yeah. He was not standing defiant against a group of Weimar policemen.
No.
But just as in Moscow, the 30s were preceded by the 20s, which had a much more experimental aesthetic, like this.
I am again reminded of Adult Swim.
Yep.
All three of these could be part of a pitch for a 15-minute cartoon series appealing to stoners.
Yeah. Like the one on the left is The Family of Painter Adelbart Trilhas by Otto Dix. That even sounds like an Adult Swim cartoon.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody with an English degree and well-connected uncle was able to pitch this cartoon. But you see, the aesthetic is much less realistic and much more, I don't know, conceptual or grotesque, or what's the word you want to use?
Psychedelic.
The one in the middle is called The Iron Bridge by Max Beckmann. It was supposed to be Frankfurt. And the one on the right, it's also by Beckmann. It's called Galleria Umberto.
Look at, like, the kid looks like Hess a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Is that supposed to be the German Addams family? I don't know.
Yeah, something's up here. Reminded of the oblongs.
So, over in Russia, the Comintern sees Germany as ripe for joining the revolution. And one of the things they're going to do is promote the hell out of avant-garde art in Berlin. Because if you want to promote the revolution, if you want to promote people overthrowing society, avant-garde art, it attracts the right kind of ne'er-do-wells that you want on your side.
And the really crazy antisocial ones that seem to be able to, like, affect people.
Yeah, but the commies who are trying to be subversive, they run into a little bit of a wrinkle in Germany, which is that there's an alternative if you want to be a crazy revolutionary in Germany in the 20s.
There were lots.
Yeah, there's not just the red team, there's the brown team as well.
Yep.
Now, much has been said about the Treaty of Versailles and hyperinflation and all this stuff which led to German discontent in the 20s. But at a more fundamental level, nobody likes this democracy nonsense that America has forced on Germany.
No, it's antithetical to their whole way of viewing the world at this point.
Oh yeah, like a few decades earlier, Bismarck's pitch was, don't worry, we'll make sure that Germany remains a military authoritarian society. We'll protect you from democracy and liberalism. Don't worry. And so this is a group of people that that's not terribly, genetically suited for democracy in the first place, let alone a democracy run by a senile 80-year-old chancellor.
And a deadlocked parliament.
So, this world that is now safe for democracy, thank you, Woodrow Wilson, in this world, the real question is how best should we get rid of this nonsense, communism or National Socialism?
Yep. It was whittled down eventually to those two options when people got really hungry.
Now, I'm hoping that this doesn't get our podcast banned, but I'm going to read an excerpt from Mein Kampf. The great irony of neo-Nazism is that you end up on certain government lists if you go to a public library and check out a copy of this book. But most neo-Nazis, they talk about how they tried reading it, Mein Kampf, and couldn't get through it because it was too boring and they didn't have the historical context.
No, they couldn't. They can't read. These are people who can barely frickin' sit through a Screwdriver album. Like, they could not read a 900-page book. I knew several people in the punk scene days that might be described in those terms, and none of them were reading a book that wasn't written by frickin' Robert Munch.
So again, the irony is that if you're a history nerd, it's not a terrible source for getting a synoptic account of what was going on in Vienna and Berlin.
And what's going to happen.
Yep. I'm just saying, yes, boys and girls, if you have followed the story of art so far, you are now cultured enough to appreciate Mein Kampf more than any neo-Nazi can.
Congratulations, guys. It's a big moment.
So, just to be clear, before some Fed puts us on a list and before some mod bans us from YouTube, I read Mein Kampf because it's an important primary document for understanding avant-gardism in 20th century art. I am not saying that you should pick up a copy of Mein Kampf, read it cover to cover, and be amazed at how similar it is to our current culture. I am not saying that.
There are definite parallels that you're going to notice. We never set out to say anything. It's just what we find.
Yeah. I am just talking about what he said about the state of the arts in 1924 because it's going to affect his decisions about the arts when he comes to power in the early 30s. But if you want to go back to the source, it's chapter 10. So what did Hitler have to say? At the turn of the last century, a new element began to make its appearance in our world. It was an element which had hitherto been absolutely unknown and foreign to us. In former times, there had certainly been offenses against good tastes, but these were mostly departures from the orthodox canons of art, and posterity could recognize a certain historical value in them. But the new products showed signs, not only of artistic aberration, but of spiritual degeneration. Here, in the cultural sphere, the signs of the coming collapse first became manifest. The Bolshevization of art is the only cultural form of life, and the only spiritual manifestation of which Bolshevism is capable. Anyone to whom this statement may appear strange need only take a glance at those lucky states which have become Bolshevized, and to his horror, he will there recognize those morbid monstrosities which have been produced by insane and degenerate people. All those artistic aberrations which are classified under the names of Cubism and Dadaism since the opening of the present century are manifestations of art which have come to be officially recognized by the state itself. This phenomenon made its appearance even during the short-lived period of the Soviet Republic in Bavaria. At that time, one might easily have recognized how all the official posters, propagandist pictures, newspapers, etc. showed signs not only of political, but also of cultural decadence. About 60 years ago, a political collapse, such as we are experiencing today, would have been just as inconceivable as the cultural decline which is manifested in Cubist and Futurist pictures ever since 1900. 60 years ago, an exhibition of so-called Dadaist experiences would have been an absolutely preposterous idea. The organizers of such an exhibition would then have been certified for the lunatic asylum, whereas today they are appointed presidents of art societies. Now, you know who that sounds like? Us!
I never want to side with them. You never want to side with the guy, but like a stop clock is right twice a day.
The thing is, when he's talking about the arts, he's maybe not a stop clock. I'm just saying. When he's talking about the arts. Only when he's talking about the arts.
Not about anything else, to be very clear.
But yeah, when he talks about the Dadaist experiences, which he just hates everything about them, is that any different than fucking the doily on the cars or Lotus King? No, it isn't. In fact, you recognize it exactly when you read what he's talking about. You can pretend you don't know what Hitler's talking about. You can pretend, oh, this must have been a different time and place. No, no, no. If you really look at the art we've been going over the last couple of episodes, you know exactly what the mustache man is talking about.
Yeah.
You just have to be honest with yourself on that one. But the first question is, what is this Soviet Republic in Bavaria? Again, a lot has been written about the World War I peace settlement, the Treaty of Versailles, etc., and how the Americans were not going to let the Austria-Hungarian Empire continue. The American Protestant ruling class was riding high on their latest utopian scheme called progressivism, or progressive Christianity. And in 1909, Herbert Croly had written The Promise of American Life, and one of his brilliant ideas went as follows. The French had a revolution which was based on universal principles for all of mankind, and it was an absolute disaster. Then the British decided to just mind their own business and focus on making an empire run properly, and it turned into the greatest empire that the world had ever seen. But we're Americans, and now that we live in an industrialized society, our country is based on academic principles. Our country is based on Enlightenment philosophy. So you know what? If we try what the French did, it'll work this time.
Trust the experts, folks.
Yeah, that's his actual argument. Yeah, cue the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. He also talks about industrialization giving the Americans a chance to, quote, rethink democracy. For any Americans listening, you are not living in a democracy that was put together by your founding fathers. You are living in this new and improved, rethought democracy from the progressive era. That's why, after practically never amending the Constitution, except during the Civil War, you get 4 amendments in rapid succession. You get income tax, you get an elected Senate, prohibition, and universal suffrage, i.e. letting women vote. This is the America you know today. That's why you make such a big deal about people like Susan B. Anthony. And you know what? And you know how a grad student will write a PhD thesis on some ridiculous, untested theory, and then some government bureaucrat is going to implement it as policy, no questions asked?
Yep.
Happens in the education world a lot.
Oh, God.
Well, the American entry into World War I is kind of the first example of this. Because Crowley's essay, it's from 1909. In 1912, Woodrow Wilson, a self-styled progressive, gets elected president. And progressivism isn't just going to be about the US government implementing ridiculous ideas coined by a bunch of sexual degenerates in Greenwich Village. As soon as these ideas are on the page, the Americans are going to start forcing them on other countries, and what better way to do that than to jump into World War I and give every European country these new and improved democratic ideas. So began the 100-year streak of Americans jumping into foreign conflict so that they could let university professors write policies which had disastrous results.
For anybody who thinks this is from a bygone era, just look into the president of Afghanistan just before the Taliban took power. Again.
I have a low bar for the ruling class, and yet I was shocked to discover that they put an archaeology professor in charge of Afghanistan.
It would be like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, not like some warlord. That's who I would put in charge of Afghanistan.
I would find the toughest opium warlord, and I would just give him all the guns and weapons. And then I wouldn't give him bullets if he didn't do what we said.
Now, if you're a millennial or older, you remember that show Home Improvement where Tim Allen played the doofus sitcom dad who talks like an expert, then did home repairs that inevitably broke, collapsed, or exploded.
And then it came out he'd been a coke dealer.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that's basically American foreign policy ever since progressivism became the official ideology and arguably the official religion of the American government. And I don't use the term religion flippantly. That ideology came out in concert with the Northern Protestant cemeteries and was sometimes even referred to as progressive Christianity. They've done kind of a good job in covering their tracks because nobody knows anything about late 19th century America. But those seminaries, they were all about Nietzschean ideology and building the Übermensch, which is how you got stuff like the eugenics movement and social gospel. But 20th century America's militant nation building, civil rights law, diversity fetish, utopianism, it's all very much rooted in Nietzsche and trying to build this Uberman. But from the Treaty of Versailles to African decolonization to the Vietnam War to Iraq, these are all absolute disasters that led to untold suffering, but they were at least based on some truly beautiful plans drawn up by the finest minds in the American university system.
I wouldn't let an academic take care of my dog.
No. Well, just look at Iraq. They decided to give Iraq proportional representation.
Which is, again, you want to talk about cultures that are even less amenable to democracy than, pre-World War II Germany. And you'd have to pretty much go to the Arab world to find that. It's hard to find a group of people less suited for democracy. It's just... And that they did that, and then they're like, what do you mean it's a shit show?
What do you mean we spent 20 years replacing the Taliban with the Taliban?
Sorry about your kids.
So Wilson jumps into World War I, prolonging it by a year and a half. Why? Because there's one thing you need to know about this idiot. He's a professor. He has a PhD, and he thinks that anybody who disagrees with his ideas is just uneducated. Too Philistine to understand his genius.
Robertson Davies wrote a series of books arguing that the academics had taken the place of the clergy right down to the ropes.
Yep.
And you can see that same attitude, that same cultural trope, just, that Puritan attitude, just finding a new form, a new outlet.
Yep. Well, this is kind of where the current iteration of it starts, with the one that's been going on for the last century or so. But yeah, like, all of Wilson's academic theories don't change the fact that his understanding of the world is about as low res as a Star Wars movie. There's a good side of the Force and a dark side of the Force. He sees monarchy as evil. So what could possibly go wrong if he extends history's most brutal war by 18 months and forces centuries-old dynasties to abdicate in favor of a constitution hastily drafted by American academics?
And foisted onto cultures don't have any of the prerequisites that are required to make a democracy work.
Yep. Again, the Americans make the world safe for democracy. We got Hitler, Mussolini, Lenin, and Stalin.
It worked one place maybe, and that was the Czech Republic, or whatever, the Czechoslovakia. And that was the one, maybe all these new democracies we set up was okay, and we all know what happened there.
Yep. Well, again, in the aftermath, Wilson, he's going to micromanage the peace settlement in a way that everybody feels included, because at heart, he's a sorority girl, and he has to make sure everybody's included.
Yep.
He drafted up his 14 points, the plan for a utopian future in Europe, which is going to be based on progressivism, this new, untested academic ideology. And we talked about this a couple episodes ago, but the 14th point, the pièce de résistance, is the League of Nations, a supranational organization where countries across Europe send their finest academic minds to debate and come up with the perfect solution so that Europe is never going to have a new war and it becomes New Jerusalem.
Then history ended, right? That was the end of history?
It was the first of many ends of history. So what kind of start does this get off to right out of the gate? Wilson can't get the votes in Congress to get the United States to join.
You mean the ruling class was out of touch?
Well, let's be very clear here. This is exactly like the 2016 election, where every news show was talking about Hillary Clinton like her election was a done deal and she was just a queen waiting to be crowned. Back in World War I, every newspaper was talking about the League of Nations like it was the most brilliant idea ever. It's going to usher in a golden age. And the American ruling class couldn't even find the votes in Congress to join it themselves.
I guess when all your kids have just died in the trenches for
Well, yeah, I'm just saying this sets the tone for everything.
Yep.
And the other thing you have to really understand about the World War I settlement, the Habsburgs, they had been the main institutional supporters of the Vatican for centuries. And the Yankee Puritan class was not going to let slip this opportunity to undermine the Catholic Church. Before the Americans jumped in, Austria-Hungary was probably in a position to sue for peace and get some concessions out of Russia. The Americans jumped into the fray in April 1917, and by 1918 they would not even entertain any notion of peace unless the Habsburgs were dissolved and deposed forever.
And there's a young painter in Vienna who's very upset by this.
Oh no!
He
had gone to the front.
Oh, that's right. He was in Germany already.
Yeah.
He's not upset. He's very upset with this. He doesn't want that.
A bit of a tangent here. He said he learned the power of propaganda when they were propagandized to think that English people were a bunch of effete, tea-sipping homosexuals.
Yep.
Then they got to the front and saw a bunch of crazy Scottish people coming over the hill.
He was very upset about that. He was like, why would they lie to me?
No, he was like, okay, I need to make sure that I don't propagandize. I need to make sure I'm in charge of propagandizing the Germans now.
Yeah, if you're curious to flesh it out a little bit, he said you have to tell your troops that the enemies are monsters.
Yep.
Because if you tell them that they're pussies, and then they get killed by these pussies, it's they'll feel lied to. But if you tell them they're monsters and then they kill your guys, they'll feel like, oh, my propaganda was correct. They are monsters. Look what they did to Fritz.
In a flash of genius that could only be made by an American academic, they said, well, there are all of these miscellaneous Slavs in the Balkans. Let's dissolve the Austro-Hungarian Empire and just create a new country called Yugoslavia.
What could go wrong?
And what kind of government should this place have? Well, we just came up with this new fancy rethought version of democracy, which hasn't been tried yet, but it was conceived by our experts. So it must be the correct form of government for a newly formed country with a bunch of assorted Slavs, right?
Yeah, anybody who knows anything about the Balkans is going to realize how bad an idea this is.
Anybody who thinks diversity is a strength has not been to the Balkans.
No. Or sub-Saharan Africa. Very diverse societies down there.
Yeah, so the Americans decide to give Yugoslavia a constitutional monarchy. And if you think the Americans were morons in Iraq and Afghanistan for, again, doing things like quotas for women in parliament, just understand this kind of retarded shit goes back a century. It goes back a long time.
They can't seem to help themselves.
Well, the attitude in Iraq was just, it's going to work this time. We've failed the last 5 times we've tried this, but the 6th time's going to be magic.
And then we'll get that, the oil will be in the economy.
Mission accomplished.
Yep. Remember, it's going to pay for itself.
Now, usually when you read about the Treaty of Versailles, you read about the heavy punitive measures and the financial burden placed on Germany, but it's just not the right way to look at the World War I settlement. Germany was almost an afterthought. The number one priority was just wiping the Habsburgs off the political face of the earth, that they kind of had to put the blame on Germany because Germany was just the biggest country left.
Okay.
And not only that, Kaiser Wilhelm was forced to abdicate, ending the 500-year Hohenzollern reign as well. So Wilson basically viewed the war as Star Wars, good versus evil, democracy versus monarchy, and he figured that if Germany was given this new Republican government, an enlightened democracy was just going to naturally emerge.
And it was pitched as the most democratic of governments.
Yep.
It would be no one will have a government more democratic than the Germans.
Also, nobody would have a head of state more senile than the Germans.
Yep.
We lived through Joe Biden for the last 4 years. I just imagine that's what was in charge of Weimar Germany.
Yeah, whoever
Mr. Hindenburg, what's your opinion?
Whoever's handing him the ice cream is running the country. Oh, what a nightmare.
In reality, what did we get in Weimar? You got the Weimar Republic where you had 2 fanatical groups of radicals fighting in the street, and they both agreed on one thing, that this democracy stuff is bullshit. As they say, nature abhors a void, and when you create a vacuum, something's going to fill it. And you had some very colorful characters trying to step in to fill that void in Germany.
I'm reminded of pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Everybody had a gimmick.
Well, in many ways, all of 20th century history, including all the ideological genocides, all of it stems from the fact that Woodrow Wilson's understanding of geopolitics was about as sophisticated as professional wrestling or an Avengers movie or anything like that. Because by 1918, the German Empire was dissolved, the King of Bavaria flees, so not just the Emperor flees, all of the local constituent kings fled as well. And a few days before the armistice was signed, a theater critic named Kurt Eisner declared himself the minister-president of the People's State of Bavaria. Now, this guy, Kurt Eisner, he could easily have been a political cartoon from 1930s Germany.
Oh, wow. Oh, God. That's so okay. We don't need to check out the early life Wikipedia of this guy.
Well, yeah, I can picture this guy being a theater critic. I can picture this guy telling you that your play is horrible.
He looks like the merchant meme.
Yeah, he kind of does. So, again, he declared himself minister-president of this new people's state, as you have a unique opportunity to do when your empire is collapsing, especially when it's collapsing under foreign pressure from American fanaticism to implement a democracy. And this guy, he's going to run Bavaria based on the enlightened principles of democracy, self-governance, and socialism. But unfortunately, democracy, self-governance, and socialism don't feed anybody.
Nope.
2 months later, they decide to have an election to prove their legitimacy And this guy does not do very well in that election. Then, a month after that, a German nationalist says, "Wait a second, this is Germany," and he shoots this guy in the head. So ends the first truly inspiring story of a man rising up from the masses to form a government by the people for the people. So we have a power vacuum again, and within that ensuing vacuum, all of the radicals decided to band together, including many of these weird avant-garde artists mentioned by Hitler in that passage, and they declared themselves the Bavarian Socialist Republic. Now, the first thing you have to understand about the Bavarian Socialist Republic is it is a note-for-note parallel of Chaz in Seattle in 2020.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Both lasted about 4 weeks. Both got about half a dozen people killed. Both were started by people who were oddly obsessed with promoting their creative projects. In both cases, a violent thug took over within about a week. And in both cases, the cops showed up at the end and said, "All right, kids, we're done here."
Yeah, show's over, folks.
The difference is that all accounts of the Bavarian Socialist Republic came to us through academic accounts, which made it sound like these were ideologues and rugged warriors fighting to carve a new revolutionary republic out of the chaos. Chaz, on the other hand, had cell phone cameras.
Yep. And
we had a full record of just how these people couldn't put on a pair of pants without taking anxiety meds.
Remember their little garden?
Well, yeah, the rise and fall of the Third Reich describes the Bavarian Republic like it was some sort of weird artist colony, and that totally tracks with Chaz.
Yep.
The first leader is a Jewish anarchist playwright named Ernest Toller, who is great at writing plays that don't follow the traditional rules. He is not so great at governance in the real world.
Oh, great.
So, again, the Bavarian Socialist Republic, it lasted less than a month, from April 6th to May 3rd, 1919. And in that time, the Republic amassed a group of intellectuals. They talked about workers' councils. They talked about cultural renewal, because, of course, when the empire is collapsing, these motherfuckers have to think, how do I use this to promote my art?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think happened? We know what happened. It devolved into a bunch of infighting between the communists and the anarchists.
It's like Spain.
Now, I'm not talking about like years into some republic. I'm talking 6 days in. A guy named Eugène Leviné, a Jewish Bolshevik, he leads a coup and kicks out Toller, saying that Toller is too idealistic and turning off the peasants and the moderates. Toller says, "All right, you can be leader, but can I still write your propaganda?" This is the kind of people we're dealing with here.
That must have been an interesting conversation.
They went to theater camp together.
Yeah.
We know what these people are like.
Yeah.
Also, within the first week, they declare a Red Army, knowing full well that the Weimar Republic is going to send in their army and they're going to have to fight back. So on Leviné's third day, so 9 days into the Republic, they announced that they're nationalizing the banks, the factories, and the newspapers. Now, these are some very unreliable narrators, but they claim to have recruited 10,000 people into their Red Army by the 9th day. But the problem is they lack things like discipline or weapons.
Yeah.
And on Leviné's fourth day, again just 10 days in, they start taking a bunch of hostages, accusing them of being counter-revolutionary.
So they just make typical communist playbook, just right. Just by the numbers, communist shit.
Well, by April 21st, 2 weeks in, they're struggling with food shortages and the turtle's descent. Speaking of the garden.
There we go.
And Toller decides to start giving speeches urging unity against external threats. And a few days later, the Weimar army just rolls in. But, since they have all these hostages, just in the kerfuffle, 8 of them get executed.
Oh, God.
Now, we're dealing with some very unreliable narrators once again, but if you believe Toller, the playwright who was in charge for the first 6 days, he says he's horrified by this. Most of the revolutionaries were put in front of a firing squad, but he managed to get off lightly with just 5 years in jail, which I'm sure means he went crying to his Uncle Shlomo, the lawyer.
And he probably ratted everyone else.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he sang like a fucking canary.
Yeah. Guy had his own little opera in that fucking cop shop.
So just as a review, in less than a month, it went from idealistic utopianism to violent communism to absolute chaos due to lack of organization to 8 people being murdered to the army saying, all right, party's over. So it's Chaz, note for note.
Yep.
Right down to the fact that a violent sociopath just said, all right, I'm in charge now, about 6 days in.
He had a SoundCloud.
Yeah. 8 people killed in Bavaria, 6 people killed in Chaz, including, the thugs who shot a car full of 30 bullets and then filmed themselves picking up the casings to hide the evidence.
Yep. They were kids on a joyride. That's who they shot.
Well, this is the thing. This is supposed to be about defunding the police, about saying we can create a society without policemen. So you have a bunch of patrollers pumping a joyriding car full of lead, asking, is he dead? Is he dead?
You're trying to see if you can do it without cops. Well, we ran the experiment, folks. You can't do it without cops. Sorry.
Well, there was also that really odd moment during Chaz when one of the leaders tried to rape a deaf girl.
Yeah, it's always,
History repeats itself, and I guarantee you something similar happened during the Bavarian Republic. I don't know what it was. I just know it was on that level of famous.
Yeah, look at this guy.
No, this guy'd already been shot. But I don't like this guy.
Still, look at this guy.
Yeah, in 1985, if you'd read a book on the Bavarian Republic, you would picture these people as just one side of a valiant clash of ideologies. Now you read it, then you think, oh, this is Chaz, a bunch of rich kids with the tacit approval of the retarded utopians in charge, who still managed to get 6 people killed.
Yep, make fools of themselves.
But as I said, this is Germany. And in Germany, there's not just one strain of failson revolutionary fighting in the streets. You get the brown team as well as the red team.
Are there failed artists running that too?
Yes, there are.
Yay!
Yeah.
Shout out to Gavin McKinnon.
Well, yeah, in 1924, 5 years later, just want to say one thing. Hitler had his sights set on these failed artists who ran Bavarian Chaz. He tried his beer hall putsch. It didn't work so well, but he ended up in jail writing his manifesto. So I just want you guys to know, to everybody who supported Black Lives Matter in 2020, it's 5 years later now. Somewhere out there, there's a failed artist, probably has a chip on his shoulder because he lost his spot in art school because of some DEI program or because of affirmative action, and he is getting very pissed off at all of the social messaging being put into the arts, often at the expense of aesthetics. Like, he probably hates the fact that women are all body positive. He hates the fact that everybody has to be cast as a black woman. And if the timeline really repeats itself, in about 8 years, you are going to really wish you hadn't spent the last 15 years overplaying the Nazi comparisons. Now, the one thing about Mein Kampf is that at least it was honest. You can't accuse Hitler of living in a fantasy world, because he basically laid out his plans for exactly what he was going to do, and most of those plans worked out. We're now far away enough from World War II that we can start looking at Hitler as a historical figure instead of a cartoon villain. And I am perfectly willing to say that I believe Hitler when he said that these people are vandalizing the arts with artistic Bolshevism. He said in that passage that Dadaism and Cubism and the rest of it are the only spiritual manifestation of which Bolshevism is capable. Now, we've looked at a lot of modern art, and it seems soulless. A lot of it seems self-evidently terrible. It seems like it does nothing to uplift or improve your life.
And there's always some weird communist stuff woven in.
Yeah. Well, maybe Hitler was right when he said that weird art with an academic theory or a context is the only spiritual manifestation which these people are capable of. The person who still derives self-worth from his art history degree or his credentials, that's the person who sees value in Duchamp putting a urinal into an art gallery.
Yep.
Because he gets his self-worth from parroting the mantras about the context or whatever he learned in university. You can even agree with that stuff, but at some point you don't want to miss the forest for the trees. And you have to admit that there's a real lack of humanity in discussing the artistic significance of a urinal. Usually the overgrown teacher's pet thinks that being a Nazi is the worst thing imaginable, but it's hard to get around the fact that a passage in Mein Kampf is the best description I've ever seen of this lack of humanity. Take that as you will, especially mods who are listening to this, please take that as you will.
Homie had the communist number. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
well, but our last episode was about the absolute cesspool that is constructivism that comes out of Russia. And if you've ever had a professor trying to explain the value in constructivism or these terrible art installations, Hitler had that guy's number. Here's one more quote from Uncle Adolf that really sums it up. If the age of Pericles seems embodied in the Parthenon, then the Bolshevik present is embodied in a cubist monstrosity. Hitler hated these people, and I'm not talking about the Jews. In fact, as we will shortly see, a couple of the main characters in our story are Gentiles. But Hitler did say something quite profound. He said that these people love their ugly art because it accurately represents the nature of someone who wants to build up a bureaucracy where you gain status by being obedient.
Yeah, the party told me it's beautiful. Yep. Look at me following the party line.
Yep. Modern art, it does not represent the will of people who want the world to be a testament to greatness. It represents the will of people who want status by being obedient.
Yeah.
So, fast forwarding a couple of years to when Hitler was in prison writing about his struggle. That was the year 1924. Now, if you've watched our last couple of Rashomon episodes, you know that this is when Mussolini was displaying his Novecento paintings in the old Renaissance style. You know that this is when Soviet Russia had said, wait, you're doing what? You're doing what kind of avant-garde stuff to propagandize the Gopniks? No. Get the fuck out of here. We are propagandizing them with pictures of peasants and the Red Army.
There we go. That's my Russia.
Yeah, that was called socialist realism. So what's going on in Germany? Well, in Germany you have two groups of revolutionaries, the communists and the National Socialists. And here's the thing about revolutionaries. A lot of them just want to be revolutionaries for the sake of it. So it's a lot easier to play Red Rover and call a red revolutionary over to the brown team or vice versa than it is for either side to recruit somebody with a day job and a family.
When I was in the punk scene, the radicals were like the same group. They all grew from the same malcontent population. And there was a lot of fluidity between the various groups.
Yep. So as much as Hitler hated these avant-garde artists, there were lots of National Socialists who wanted avant-garde artists to be their propagandists, and there were a lot of avant-garde artists who joined the National Socialists.
It was the cool thing to do.
Yep. Well, also crucially though, the Soviets may have been backing the German communist movement, but unlike in Russia, the communists no longer had the monopoly on the crazy creatives. Just like now.
Yeah.
The other thing is that the foot soldiers, the displaced workers, they would do their fighting in the streets, but as soon as they got a job, it's like, all right, I'm hanging up my banners, I'm going home.
Yep. Yeah, it still happens now.
The intellectuals who just wanted to rail against the bourgeois order and capitalism, democracy, and the whole idea of the Weimar Republic, those were the ones who were in it for the long haul, and they would easily switch sides as well.
Mm-hmm.
There was even a national Bolshevik movement, which was on and off during the 1920s. Now, even that name, National Bolshevik, is an oxymoron.
The Bolsheviks are nationalists.
Yeah. But they would do things that were completely incoherent, like trying to combine communism with the Prussian warrior tradition.
Everyone is equal except for the Prussian army.
Well, again, we've made the world safe for democracy, and what wonderful utopian ideas are going to flourish here. Combining communism with the Prussian warrior tradition.
Germany, go to Germany. It's like a wet market in Wuhan.
Yeah.
It's just this fucking cesspool of extremism. But like now.
I like the fact that we're talking about Hitler in a semi-sympathetic way, and that comment about the wet market in Wuhan might be what gets this episode demonetized.
Yeah, most likely, yeah. Sorry, guys.
But, you know, revolutionary is going to revolutionary. They're just looking for a team jersey to wear. So the Nazballs, they found support from both the Reds and the Browns. At one point, Goebbels, he even published an open letter to the left saying, we're not too different, you and I. We should team up together to overthrow the government. And I just want to warn our listeners of one thing. This kind of talk, it works in a world that Woodrow Wilson has just made safe for democracy by overthrowing your 500-year imperial dynasty. And then telling the German people, you figure it out, we've just granted you this gift. It's not going to work in 2025.
No.
I suggest you find a better hobby than trying to unite crazy people of all political stripes to overthrow the government.
Yeah, not going to happen. And then what do you got? You got Syria. Congratulations, kids. Like.
So, Goebbels, he's not just some random guy with a distaste for the Weimar government. Like so many people on both the Red team and the Brown team, he's a failed creative. And he is very much a part of this avant-garde artistic milieu. In this case, he's a failed writer who paid the bills as a journalist. Now, the 1920s, it's the age of modernist writing, you know, like James Joyce, Marcel Proust, Eugene O'Neill. German modernism, it leans heavily on psychological themes because, you know, you want to prove you're up to date with the latest scientific developments. Like, of course, you can't do enough math to understand the latest theories in physics. You can't understand Einstein, but you can understand the quackery of Sigmund Freud.
Like now.
Yeah. So you'd prove that you're an intelligent guy, but so you would try to prove your intelligence by peppering your work with psychoanalysis. And there was just a lot of emotional intensity and distortion and offbeatness and explicit references to Freud's theories, because I guess it was a little more accessible. Freud's theories turned out to all be quackery, but they entered the culture at this time, and
they're still there.
They're still there, all the same stuff, like all the same weird theories about the subconscious of a very, very disturbed intellectual.
And what he thought of developmental psychology,
Yeah.
but you still have people like, you know, arguing that like, well, he didn't really mean this, and they're like, it's like I'm reminded of somebody trying to interpret scripture, to reflect like modern, you know, discoveries. Like it's the same kind of thing.
It's not just Freud; it's the fact that all of these crazy creatives were trying to worship Freud because it was the one semi-scientific thing they could understand.
The king was keeping all these weirdos in line.
Now, Goebbels, he was an expressionist playwright, which meant stylized dialogue, symbolism, minimalist stages, and lots of psychological catharsis. He wrote a play called Der Wanderer, or The Wanderer, where the characters spoke in poetry. Now, I really do try to find primary documents. I could not find a copy of this script, so everything I'm saying comes from a secondary source. And I apologize if I got some of the details wrong here, but I couldn't find a copy of the actual script. But the characters in his play are all nameless archetypes. The main character is the scholar, clearly a self-insert. Wandering the chaos, left after World War I, looking for transcendence against a backdrop of degeneracy. The characters there are the capitalist, the worker, the prostitute, the voice of faith, the voice of despair, etc., etc. Because of course there's going to be a prostitute.
There's always a prostitute.
Like now. Goebbels, he never found a producer, nor did he find a publisher for his novel, which is, again, his novel was about another self-insert, remaking the world through expressionism. So what was expressionism? Well, we looked at the two iterations in a previous episode. There was Die Brücke, or the bridge, in Berlin and Dresden in 1905, and then there was the Blue Rider, or Die Blue Reiter, in Munich in 1911. So here's an example of both.
Oh, the bronies are going to love this one.
Yeah. Well, the one on the left, that was the bridge, that you see the much more geometric forms and sharp edges, not necessarily realistic, just trying to get the point across.
And prostitutes.
And prostitutes, and the guy who did the one on the left, he killed himself when Hitler declared that degenerate.
New Hitler will declare bronies degenerates.
Yeah.
I promise. And furries and all that.
Yeah.
That's coming down the pipe, guys. I'm
Yep,
sorry.
that it is. Old Hitler declared that stuff degenerate. But yeah, the one on the right, it's the Blue Horse by Franz Marc. It's, again, it's supposed to be spiritual and abstract. They were both based on Nietzschean ideas, trying to build the Uberman. Different ideas about it, but the Blue Rider, the one on the right, it was a little more, wooey and, essays about general spiritualism and getting in touch with whatever.
Did he was it supposed to teach you about friendship?
Was friendship magic?
Exactly.
I'm ashamed of the fact that I got what you were talking about. It's not your fault, it's not my fault, it's the bronies' fault.
It's the culture we live in. They're funny. I'm not going to not laugh at them. I've been laughing at them since they were a thing. They ruined 4chan.
Before World War I, they had these Nietzschean ideas of building the Übermensch, but World War I kind of brought them back to reality on that. Nothing like seeing absolute devastation to think, okay, maybe we can put building the Uberman a little farther down our list of priorities.
So we will rebuild the road first.
The Uber Road.
The Autobahn.
After Woodrow Wilson decided that 500 years of tradition should be swept away, some of them still decided to keep going with the pretentious metaphysical stuff, one of whom being Goebbels.
Mm-hmm.
But, if you wanted to be a silly avant-garde artist post-World War I, there were other avenues, and one of them was the Dada movement. Now, we talked about the Dadaists in episode 5. It was originally supposed to be a group of creatives who went to Zurich to sit out the war, because Switzerland's going to Switzerland.
Yep, an artist an artist.
Switzerland has a very good strategy of dealing with wars. You guys fight, we'll just hold your wallets. If you've ever done community theater, you know that it's full of prima donnas, and I don't just mean female prima donnas. People who love to stab each other in the back and create drama for no good reason, but there's always one person. He's not the most talented, but the show only ever gets produced because he has his shit together. He doesn't have anxiety.
Yep, I came here to do Jesus Christ Superstar. Now I'm involved in fucking Game of Thrones shit for this fucking.
Yep. Yeah, also, that guy, he's Hugo Ball. He rented out a bar in Zurich once a week for 6 months where people would get on stage with ridiculous costumes and do things that often descended into the bar getting drunk and breaking into song.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, well, it sounds like fun, just sounds like normal theater stuff. But 6 months later, Hugo Ball got a job as a journalist and disappeared into the world, never to be heard from again.
Sorry, guys, I have money now, and you're a bunch of mooching artists.
Yeah. Well, just like nobody remembers the people who started Chaz, but everybody remembers Raz.
Yep.
And just like nobody remembers Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning, who are the founders of Tesla, who couldn't get the company off the ground, but they remember the new guy who was put in charge.
Sorry, guys.
Hugo Ball, he's going to go into history as nothing more than a footnote, but 2 of his hangers-on decide we are going to be the face of Dada after the war. And they leave Zurich and go back to less stuffy cities. Tristan Tzara, he goes to Paris, and Richard Hulsenbeck goes to Berlin, where they're just going to talk about all this really enlightened stuff they learned in Switzerland during the war.
So it's already like, late 90s hanger-on punk.
Yes. Well, again, what was the enlightened stuff they learned? Well, we got drunk at a bar once a week and started breaking out into song.
Yeah. We told the silly jokes.
So we're going to talk about Paris Dada in the next episode, but within the rudderless environment that was Weimar Germany, you see Dada movements pop up in 4 cities: Berlin, Stuttgart, Hanover, and Cologne. And Hitler thinks it all reeks of Bolshevism, but Berlin Dada is the only one that's explicitly communist. And nobody can say exactly what they do other than being shocking towards the bourgeoisie and being absurdist for the sake of it. Here's some of their antics. This is the first International Data Fair at the Otto Burchard Gallery, famous for the effigy of a German officer with a pig's head hanging from the ceiling there.
Ooh, that's gonna haunt them.
Well, a decade and a half later, when Hitler does his degenerate art exhibit, it's literally a parody of this event.
So somebody's paying attention to all this. There's a seething Austrian or a German corporal.
Yeah. Well, some people are going to end up in camps.
Yep.
But before, every boomer teacher told 8-year-olds to cut pictures out of the newspaper and magazines and paste them onto a poster. You had this. This came from a woman named Hannah Hawk, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. She called it a photo montage. Like later on, Terry Gilliam does this shit with Monty Python.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is wow.
We thought this was just something that the boomer teacher just gave a bunch of 9-year-olds as an exercise while she was going out of the room to take her Prozac.
Yep.
There was a time when this was considered serious art. It was a very short period of time. What was it like to be in Weimar, Germany? It was a time when you had to look at stuff like this and pretend it was profound.
Ugh.
Like, you couldn't look at the Sistine Chapel and say, okay, this is going to be an arts and crafts exercise for 9-year-olds.
Nope.
This you can.
Yep, absolutely. I remember doing this as a kid.
Here's the advertisement for the data exhibition. Now today this just looks like the cover of a punk album from the 70s.
Yeah.
But keep in mind that in the 20s you still had like printing presses with metal letter cases, and it took a lot of work to set up the press to do something like this.
Yeah, at least there's effort.
Yeah, there's like words at random angles and words off the grid. And, just as like with Duchamp and the urinal, this is a joke that you could only play once. Sure, in the 20s, you could break all the rules of typography by doing something like this. And, yeah, sure, at least it proved you had a level of autism and devotion to the craft.
You knew how to work that machine.
Yeah. Now, it looks stylized, but it looks like you could do something like this in design or Photoshop. This is not something that you have to spend, days or weeks setting up a machine to do.
It's like the arts, like the paint, instead of having to craft it from dangerous chemicals, you just buy a tube.
Yeah. Yeah, same sort of
Same
thing.
kind of thing. It becomes accessible.
Now here is Raoul Hausmann's Tatlin at Home, which is supposed to represent Tatlin's brain replaced with an automaton. Now that's not even Tatlin, that's just some random picture he took from a magazine. Tatlin was below the town retard, the guy who we talked about in the last episode, who made the model of the building that was supposed to look like a wedding cake that the motorcycles were supposed to drive up the side of, including during the winter.
Think about how many people would have died trying to freaking...
Think about how much the Russian communists would have cared. Oh yeah, 0.
Yep. Oh well, throw him in the river. But yeah, I built myself a new brain.
Yeah, it's supposed to represent his brain replaced with an automaton, representing a mechanical way of thinking that's supposed to prevent another World War I. Yeah, we now know how well that works.
Especially for Russia.
Like, we live in a world where we've taken this idea to its logical extent. We've tried to remove irrationality from every process. And where has it got us? We've ended up in a world where every time you need tech support, you get the wonderful experience of talking to an AI that never needs to speak to a human. Or else you talk to a call center in Mumbai where Rajiv Chandrasekhar can't answer a question if it's not in a script.
Sir, I'm very sorry, sir. I cannot help you with this matter.
Basically, yeah. Too soon. I bought a discount plane ticket a few months ago that I had to get refunded, and they wouldn't let me refund it.
Oh, God.
And I wasn't even going to argue with this guy in India.
No. What can you do? You're not worried. You'll sit there. What, they're paying him 10 rupees an hour to freaking talk to you. Like, they're not gonna, they're not losing that one.
No.
You're gonna
And he's very replaceable.
Yep.
He knows he's replaceable if he goes off script.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the reality of a world where everything's done by process and formula. But when this guy made this painting, this was still a utopian idea. This was an idea that we're going to replace somebody's brain with a machine.
You'll have no robot brain.
In 1920, even the most anti-capitalist, anti-bourgeois communists still had faith in the machines to fix society. If they just played with all the dials and found the right formula. But in true Dada fashion, the message is about using machines to create order and rationality, and the background is full of a bunch of random images, like ships and maps and shit, and like a detached body, a detached torso, because of course.
It's always people who can't do calculus who don't want to tell me about fucking rationality.
Yeah. Well, this painting doesn't exactly scream rationality. It's like it's supposed to represent rationality with a bunch of random chaos in the background. So the lesson here is that most of this Dada shit is just nihilist, but you still see a bit of vestigial utopian thinking even after World War I. Even though Dada is about flipping the middle finger to the people who plunged Europe into the Great War, some of these people still think that the machines are going to be the answer. They're going to provide the solution to all of society's ailments. It's utopian, or at least it's neutral or nihilist. It's not dystopian yet, but put a pin in that because we'll come back to that idea later on in this episode. The real flaw in this utopian idea, it's going to be revealed when we do our episode on the 30s. That's when we're going to look at John Graham. What nationality do you think John Graham is?
British?
He is a Ukrainian emigre in New York who fought on the side of the whites during the Russian Civil War and then fled to America and took a very Anglo-sounding name and would not talk about what his religious background was.
Funny that.
It was a simpler time. I have read primary documents of people saying he doesn't talk about his religious background. It must have been so painful for him growing up Ukrainian Orthodox and moving to a Protestant country. But to be fair to the guy, I have not found any documentation that the guy was of the religion that we're all thinking about. So maybe he was just a really weird Orthodox. He was not a weird
Coastal elite.
So Graham, he was optimistic about the future of 20th century art, and he correctly predicted a lot of things about what it would look like as far as abstraction goes. It's just that he talked about it like it was going to be a great explosion of art instead of what it actually was, which was mediocre and uninspiring. He said it was going to be geometric and abstract. He just talked about it like it was going to be, the greatest thing you've ever seen. It was geometric and abstract. It was just like Rothko shit.
Yep.
In 1937, he wrote a book called System and Dialectics of Art. Of course, you have to mention the dialectics. It was an autistic survey of the state of art in the year 1937. And it's a bit of a dry document to read, but I read it, and it really does give you an insight into the lexicon that the pretentious art crowd was using at the time, so not something after the fact. It's important to read that stuff because there's just so much bullshit when you read the history of this stuff from art history professors.
Nobody checks.
Yeah. Well,
we're going to try to check.
I'm going to try to at least. Yeah, John Graham, he talked about Dada as being the end of Romanticism, sweeping away all of the sentimentalism that comes from historic paintings and landscapes and paintings of literature and anything else that we associate with capital A art. He thought that the Dadaists were just clearing the deck for something great to come and replace it. He was wrong. There was one fatal flaw in his argument, which didn't really come clear until a couple decades later. That's that in the 20s, the creatives, they lost interest in doing things with a higher view, whether that was a view of tradition or a view of sentimentalism or a view of religion or spirituality or whatever. Uh, a lot of that creative energy from the 20s onwards was going to get just sucked into materialistic black holes like politics or being a revolutionary for the sake of being a revolutionary.
Nature finds a way.
Yeah, like this was the golden age of the failed creative who didn't need to get a real job because revolutionary movements, they were desperate for fanatics, especially in Germany. So here's another vital clue in the story of how art got ugly. Before World War I, if you failed as an artist, you just went back to doing what you were doing before and grinding away. After the 20s, if you failed, you would join a political movement. And people just lost interest in keeping the wave front moving forward from one creative movement to the next.
Also like no.
Yeah, that creative movement is long since gone. We've talked about how we're stuck in an auto loop. This is why we're stuck in an auto loop, because since the 1920s, a failed creative would become a politician, would become a mediocre politician. Ronald Reagan. There are at least a half dozen Dada manifestos, some of which we've already read, but in 1919, Berlin Dada creates a formal political party called the Central Council of Dada for World Revolution, and the party releases its manifesto, What is Dada and What Does It Want in Germany?
Who is your Dada and what does he do?
Yep, I was thinking it as well. They did this manifesto. It's short. It's not even a page long. It's just a bullet point list of demands. But it's worth reading because it sounds exactly like some insufferable black girl wandering into the dean's office at some university, slamming a list down on the desk and saying, "These are our demands."
Sounds like all these weird, like, quasi-communist manifestos that pop up. Like the Scum Manifesto sounds like this.
Yep. Well, I'm just going to read this one in full because I have to. It's less than a page long. Dadaism demands the international revolutionary union of all creative and intellectual men and women on the basis of radical communism. The introduction of progressive unemployment through comprehensive mechanization of every field of activity. Only by unemployment does it become possible for the individual to achieve certainty as to the truth of life and finally become accustomed to experience. So before I continue here, note that the idea of the agrarian communist is just not a thing outside of England. Its factories are going to produce so much shit that I can sit on my ass making art, and the excess is going to provide for all of my needs. And the idea of me having a job, that's just undignified.
Oh, God. Automate everything. Then no one has to work.
Yeah, so what else do they want? The immediate expropriation of property and the communal feeding of all. It just...
Free meal. There's no such thing as a free lunch, kids.
They believed the machines were going to give it to them.
Oh.
Further, the erection of cities of light and gardens which will belong to society as a whole and prepare man for a state of freedom.
Is that why everything's made of glass now?
I think so.
Yeah.
Again, it's taken for granted that the electrical grid is going to work. The electrical grid is something new at the time. Like now, it's still a dubious assumption that if you just let the electrical grid go, society is going to continue on being civilized.
Oh, it won't.
No, I know. I know that some retarded environmental green energy scheme is going to collapse the grid. I know this. But that doesn't matter to utopians now. It didn't matter to utopians in 1919, even when the grid was something new.
Yep. They don't care.
The Central Council demands daily meals at public expense for all creative and intellectual men and women on the Potsdamer Platz.
Oh, God.
I can just picture these people.
All the gifted kids.
Yeah. Compulsory adherence of all clergymen and teachers to Dadaist articles of faith. The most brutal struggle against all directions of so-called workers of the spirit, which are people who are doing things the old way. Against their concealed bourgeoisism, against expressionism, and post-classical education as advocated by the Sturm Group. So again, expressionists are also avant-garde people, but the Dadaists want to get rid of them as well. Because they're a slightly different group of avant-gardists, and if there's one thing an avant-garde tribe hates, it's a slightly different avant-garde tribe.
Like the communists and the anarchists.
The immediate erection of a state art center. elimination of concepts of property in the new art, which is expressionism. The concept of property is entirely excluded from the super-individual movement of Dadaism, which liberates all mankind. So they still have a bit of a Nietzschean bent to them. Yeah. Introduction of the simultaneous poem as communist state prayer. So this is what they were doing at the Occupy movement with the chants. Yeah. What they call it, the human megaphone. Nothing new. Like, we're just stuck in an auto loop. Requisition of churches for the performance of Britism, simultaneist, and Dadaist poems. Establishment of a Dadaist advisory council for the remodeling of life in every city over 50,000 inhabitants.
Fuck the peasants.
Immediate organization of a large-scale Dadaist propaganda campaign with 150 circuses for the enlightenment of the proletariat.
Oh, God. Can you imagine what they would have produced?
Well, just think, this is their whole manifesto for remaking society. I don't hear, like, where food's going to come from.
Nope.
Submission of all laws and decrees to the Dadaist Central Council for approval. And the last point, which is just a little too on the nose, immediate regulation of all sexual relations according to the views of international Dadaism through the establishment of a Dadaist sexual center. Every student activist group follows this template, right down to the fact that they need a safe space for queer women of color.
Yeah.
Now it's probably going to be trans women of color.
Yeah, trans queer women of color.
Also apropos of Weimar Germany.
Shout out to you, ladies.
If it seems like this is a little too much of a coincidence, there's a good reason for that, because the archetype of the insufferable art student who will accept any label except bourgeois, that archetype comes from Germany in the 1920s, which brings us to Bauhaus. Bauhaus is one of those plot points that gets hit in every art history narrative, since it's not just an art school, it's an institution of Weimar Germany that certainly affects modern design and aesthetics. When you imagine that pretentious German guy who looks like one of the nihilists from Big Lebowski, you know, showing off some gadget with a minimalist design, Steve Jobs shit, that comes out of Bauhaus.
Okay.
More importantly, the trust fund girl with the asymmetric haircut talking about being a tortured, starving artist while she's wearing designer clothes. We all know that type.
Oh, yeah.
Dating apps are full of that type. You know, the type that can give you herpes if you stand 30 feet away from her.
There's a reason they're always on the dating apps.
Yeah. I'm saying that's the image of the Bauhaus student, even back in the 20s. So what was Bauhaus? Well, it's a school opened in the rubble of World War I. Now, we looked at Fernand Léger in a previous episode. Here's a reminder. They called him the tubist because he's a cubist, but everything is like set in a factory and humans are now fucking factory tubes.
I got a freaking tube for you, buddy.
In 1923, Léger was asked why nothing like Bauhaus happened in Paris. After all, Paris is still the center of the avant-garde world and still the center of weird modern art. So you'd almost expect something like Bauhaus in France, not in Germany. When you read his answer, it amazes me because even 100 years later, it's loaded with historical context that I don't think he was even aware of. Modern life demands a new conception of art. Utilitarian objects, machines, and mechanical forms require a new aesthetic, free from useless ornaments and past conventions. Germany was the fertile ground for this plastic revolution because it was free from any pictorial tradition. In Paris, we are crushed by the weight of museums, schools, and conventions. The freedom of experimentation necessary for such an endeavor was impossible here. This absence of prejudices allowed Germany to produce a school like Bauhaus, where art and industry meet to create forms suited to our time. Let's break this quote down. At the surface level, he is describing the art world from the point of view of 1923, but we've discussed that already. You know, the 19th century was romantic, full of sentimentalism, pride and tradition. Then, after World War I, these avant-gardists saw it as a time to just sweep it all away and start fresh. But they didn't want to start from zero. They looked around, they saw this mechanized world of gears and factories, and thought that that needed to be the basis for the new art going forward. You know, we've said that several times before. This is just Léger saying it explicitly. But stepping back a little bit, This quote, it was said in the aftermath of World War One. France was on the winning side, so why would there ever be an appetite in France to do things differently? Leger wants to do this new and crazy avant-garde stuff where everything looks like the inside of a factory, but there's just not a huge appetite for it outside of a few circles of nouveau riche people in Paris who are self-loathing.
Narrow appeal.
Yeah, we talked about the water lilies in a previous episode, saying how they were supposed to be a national monument, but nobody gave a fuck about them until American academics decided they were important in the 60s, and American tourists started flocking to Paris to see them.
Like a UNESCO heritage site.
I think it actually is a UNESCO heritage site.
Oh.
So France just didn't have enough malcontents to start something like Bauhaus. Germany, on the other hand, that was a country that had no shortage of malcontents.
Everyone's pissed off in Weimar.
Well, it's also a country where nobody knows which way is up.
Yep.
You know, they have plenty of factions of radicals who said, well, if the Americans want government by the people, we'll show them government by the people. And that is exactly the right place to start an academy of people who want to make art one day and plot to overthrow society the next.
Yeah.
But we're going to take one step back even beyond that. From a 30,000-foot view, if you've been watching the entire series, there were a couple of phrases in Leger's quote that relate to our overarching narrative. The first is, modern life demands a new conception of art. At this point, if you've been paying attention, you know that I don't believe there's even a well-defined concept of art at this point in history, let alone a coherent 20th century idea to replace it. But I've beaten that horse to death already. The more interesting sentence is Germany was the fertile ground for this plastic revolution because it was free from any pictorial tradition. It's a very odd thing to say. I think Germany has a pictorial tradition. Germany's aristocratic, and when I think of large portraits of emperors, princes, kings, dukes, chancellors, I think of Germany.
Yeah.
If you remember our second episode in 18th century England, portraiture was almost seen as something to be left to the Germans and the Dutch. If you had a little bit of money and you wanted a portrait, you would hire a local painter, but if you had a lot of money and you wanted it done right, you'd hire a German. We had a separate concept of art because Joshua Reynolds declared that art was a higher endeavor than just painting or sculpture. And when Reynolds was appointed the first head of the Royal Academy, he declared that art was a liberal art on par with philosophy. And for the next 150 years, even if you couldn't define what art was, it was pretty non-controversial because it was produced by the Academy, it was art. And if it wasn't produced by the Academy, it wasn't. Paint and marble were a little too expensive for anybody to be making paintings and sculpture outside of an academy. When Leger said Germany lacked a pictorial tradition, what he really meant was that the German academies did not have the same history as the academies in Paris and London after art was declared to be something loftier than just painting. Putting on our historian hats, when Leger talks about Germany's lack of pictorial tradition, allowing them to start from scratch with a new kind of art, he's not necessarily talking about Germany having more artistic freedom. He is saying that in the political context post-World War I, there's a chance to start a new academy. And France doesn't have any shortage of these creative weirdos, but at the end of the day, art is a business, and these creative weirdos are not going to fuck up their professional networks. Germany, on the other hand, is a place where all these professional networks have just been ripped up by the root.
Yep.
Especially the aristocratic patrons.
Yeah.
Even within the upheaval, there's still going to be this pretension that real art has to have the approval of an academy. It's just going to be a new academy. Bauhaus, it's a design school with 1,000 students that sold itself as a place where students are independent thinkers, allowed to explore their ideas.
Is your child a weirdo? Sends him to our schools like Hogwarts.
He will learn all sorts of new gentas. Also, that's not necessarily talking about today either. That is quite apropos of Weimar Germany.
Yep.
You know how in 2009 transgenderism was only something going on in the posh private schools, then by about 2014 every weird, artsy, upper middle class girl stopped identifying as bisexual and started identifying as genderqueer.
Boy.
And now in 2025, you almost think of that as a low class thing. You know, you go through a small town hollowed out by the opioid epidemic, again, deindustrialization. You see like low class girls with green hair and shitty tats and they them pronouns. Special snowflake syndrome, it cascaded through the art schools the same way.
Like a counterfeit bill.
Yep. And you know, Bauhaus is just kind of the root of that tree. It's where all of this shit started in the first place. You know how like a really insufferable grad student loves the word interdisciplinary?
Oh yeah, especially if they're full of shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I don't have basic writing skills. I can't do math, and I'm not intellectually curious, but I can do something interdisciplinary.
I do meta studies.
Yeah, I'm too lazy to read Plato and Aristotle, but I can read indigenous literature and black history. It's written at a lower level, but I don't care because I can call it interdisciplinary. Well, it's funny how like the freedom to work across disciplines always leads to the exact same paragraph, and that paragraph is about raising awareness. This, you know, cookie cutter race to the bottom, it comes from Bauhaus, where the general attitude is we're going to look down on the traditional academy and call them a bunch of middle-class conformists with no awareness, and we're all going to, you know, compete with each other to see who can look down on the middle class the most.
Wow.
So what came out of Bauhaus? Their initial manifesto talked about how they were going to combine architecture, design, craftsmanship to create something called the complete building, whatever the fuck that even means. Now, I want you to think about some quaint street full of nice traditional architecture with an obnoxious cube right in the middle of it. Something that looks like this.
Ugh.
This is what Bauhaus means by the complete building. For one reason or another, you need to have a flat roof, even if you live in a place with snow.
I think they have a deal with the guy who's got to go up there and shovel it off, so the roof doesn't collapse.
Yeah. Well, again, you're also not allowed to paint it, so you have the rain streaks on the plaster or the stucco, because it's not truly modernist architecture unless it has rain streaks.
Yep. And dog pee.
It's not even as ugly as some of the other buildings we looked at, but it's obnoxious when it's shoehorned into an old neighborhood.
Yeah.
If you go to like Florida or Tel Aviv, which were nothing until they were built up after World War II, for different reasons. Actually similar people, different reasons. You see a lot of this architecture, and it doesn't actually look that bad, because the cities were built from scratch when everything was going to be built in this concrete slab style. But even then, sometimes you need to step back and ask, what's the fucking point? The point is it's functional, whatever that means. Assuming there's no utility in wanting to live in a house that looks like a fucking house. Like, I'm perfectly happy to live in a house with brick masonry that looks like a house, but I guess that doesn't count as functional.
Got to look like prefab nonsense.
Well, we'll be talking a lot about that prefab stuff when we talk about the 30s, because that's when a lot of these truly horrible decisions are made in the architecture world. But, you know, the 20s is the genesis of that. And architecture is important to our story of how art got ugly, because buildings cost millions of dollars to plan and build, as well as numerous planning meetings and numerous documents to be signed off on. So the architect's thought process is well documented. We can speculate all we want about what some crazy avant-garde painter was thinking when he was, you know, splattering paint on the canvas. But we know exactly what the architect was trying to do because it was all written. We know exactly why the architects decided to make everything out of reinforced concrete. And if you hired one of these assholes to design your house, he would throw a hissy fit if you decided to put any sort of decorations on the outside of it. He would throw a hissy fit because you were destroying his vision of the perfect functional art of the future. I look at this and I don't see the Jetsons. I'm sorry.
No. It's the horrible dystopian future where everything is ugly.
But like I said, those bad decisions are made in the 30s. This episode's about the 20s. And this is where we're going to be looking at the pretentious Bauhaus drivel about the complete building, which is supposed to combine some artist's vision of color and furniture, function, windows, interior design, architecture, even whatever. Even like the fonts for the address numbers, it was supposed to be part of this vision. But you know, if your vision is that detailed, why does it look like a white box? So this is where we have to go off on a bit of a tangent, because even though this is the Rashomon episode about art in Berlin, we need to talk about art in another place, namely Amsterdam or Holland in general. We've all seen this look.
Yeah.
Like, it's minimalistic, it's got these obnoxious, conspicuous black perpendicular lines. Again, it's got the rain streaks that have built up over the years, which you can see on the left there. We know that there's like a group of extra pretentious people who think this weird aesthetic of red, yellow, and blue is supposed to be the holy grail of enlightened high culture. You know, the people who love to sniff their own farts, knowing that they're members of the elect who understand why this is art and IKEA is for the plebs.
Yep.
This looks like something from IKEA. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Am I uncultured? Maybe.
I don't want to be cultured if these people are cultured. I want to be a barbarian.
Yeah, maybe I'm a barbarian. I look at this, I just see an excuse to avoid any actual creativity.
Yeah, they're following the rules.
Yeah, I see a cold and soulless box. They see something deep and, more importantly, something that justifies a hefty price tag. So where does this aesthetic come from? Well, in 1917, a man with several aliases, most famously Theo van Doesburg, he found... Yeah, I know. Could it be more Dutch?
Nope.
He found a magazine in Leiden called De Stijl, or The Style. It's full of all sorts of pretentious ideas about order, harmony through abstraction, creating a style with pure geometric forms. I'm sure he was on some sort of narcotic, but he loved to wank on about transcending personal expression and reducing chaos. Because I guess keep in mind this is 1917, which is the middle of World War I. You know, he thought that art was in the service of some sort of higher social ideal if it could be drawn on graph paper with just 3 pencils.
It's just a lot of excuses to be lazy.
Well, what do I mean by higher social ideals? This was in Leiden. Now, Leiden is a historically very Protestant city. You've heard stories of Puritans fleeing England to go to Holland to escape the Anglicans, then realizing that even Dutch Protestants have too much fun for them, so they get on the Mount Mayflower,
Jesus.
where they're only allowed to wear sad colors.
Tulips are like penises. This is horrible.
So most of those Puritans, they spent their time in Leiden. So it makes sense that there would be something in the culture there that just wants to reduce everything that's awe-inspiring to something bare bones and depressing.
These are people who took their kids to the edge of graves and said, you will be here one day.
That's almost apropos of this art.
Yeah.
Most of the Puritans spent their time in Leiden, so it makes sense that there's something in the culture there that just wants to reduce something awe-inspiring to something bare bones with a message that can only be understood by religious people high on their own theories.
That's Puritanism for you.
Yeah. Well, especially when they believe that New Jerusalem is going to arise from the ashes of whatever they're tearing down.
Yep. And utopia.
Yeah. But that's the general idea. The actual red, blue, and yellow aesthetic was something called neoplasticism. This was created by Pete Mondrian, who we talked about in the first episode. We went through a bit of a progression of his paintings. So like every other avant-garde painter in Paris, even though he's Dutch, he goes through all of the weird turn-of-the-century movements to prove that he is welcome at a party hosted by Leo and Gertrude Stein. We talked about them a few episodes ago and read some Frank Zappa lyrics, which got Frank in a bit of trouble with the ADL.
Can you imagine there was a time when the ADL had that little to do? They got bigger problems now than old Frank Zappa.
So, in the top left, you see him doing an impressionist windmill. In the top right, you see, this is, I think, a expressionist picture of a dock, which only uses 2 or 3 colors. The bottom left, that's Fauvism, which used the obnoxious colors, like the Matisse style. And the one on the bottom right is called The Red Tree. It's not quite Cubist yet. That's more expressionist. It still has a little bit of depth to it. It's not trying to be completely conceptual and abstract quite yet. Remember that. But Mondrian was still an avant-garde painter in Paris, which meant that he was one of many people trying his hand at Cubism by about 1912 or 1913. Now remember that Cubism, it starts from Cézanne's paintings where the perspective lines didn't completely match up, so he had to make the composition work in other ways. He did that a couple different ways, one of which is he let the colors fade into one another to signify depth, even though if you take a second to stare at a painting like this, there's just not really any depth or perspective lines to this. It doesn't even look that unrealistic at first glance, but the longer you look at it, just the more uncanny, or the more something just seems off about it.
Yeah.
If you were to try to set up a photograph like this, you would have to put everything very, very close to the camera and stack everything on top of everything else. This just doesn't quite look like what you would see if you were to go out on a hike and snap a picture with your smartphone camera.
It's like a schema.
Yeah. This is another example of what he did. This painting does follow the rules of perspective, sort of. But if you look there, there's almost 3 bands of this painting. The top band, the mountain in the background, the perspective lines are going off and to the right. In the middle of it, those farmers' fields, the perspective lines are meeting at a point in the distance on the left. And in the front, that almost seems to be on its own different grid as well.
Yeah, now that you point that out, this is difficult to look at a little bit. This is hard on the eyes.
Yeah. Well, again, it's fine at first glance, but the longer you stare at it, the more something just seems off.
I'm used to that living on Church Street in Toronto.
Things are warped.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
You gotta have an eye for detail.
We did an episode on the Belle Époque, so go back and listen to that if you want to deep dive on Cézanne. But one of the turning points of that story is this painting here. It's called The Gulf of Marseille as seen from L'Estaque.
It's like something my niece would paint for me.
Well, he himself said that this looked more like a playing card than a realistic painting. And I mean, he at least has a level of self-awareness.
This makes me feel really good about my Warhammer.
Yeah.
Because I don't paint real well, but like I think I paint better than this guy.
I'll say this is at least a palette cleanser as compared to some of the other paintings I've looked at in this.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, it's not Michelangelo either.
Nope.
If you look at the composition of this painting, you got the sky, you've got the lake, you've got the mountains, and you've got the village, and they all seem to follow their own rules. And yet, like, it doesn't seem like some disjointed, obnoxious modern art masterpiece. It still seems to work somehow. There still is something that ties the room together, as the dude would say.
Got a charm.
So how does he do that? Well, here's where we're showing how the magician does his tricks. If you look at the houses in the foreground, those don't exactly look like houses. They look almost like children's building blocks. They're very basic forms. Those building blocks, there's enough of them to form a grid.
Yep.
And that grid anchors your eye somewhere. So your eyes aren't being constantly moved around the page by a bunch of different sections of the painting, which all have their different rules of perspective, all have their different rules of depth. But again, you expect a fancy artist to be meticulous about detail. Those blocks and houses, they're just pentagons and cubes.
Yep.
Now, a few years later, Georges Braque says, fuck it, let's just take those houses and make an entire painting out of them. And this is what he comes up with.
He was lazy. I can be even lazier.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's like something Mario 64 would run around on. Like.
Yeah. Well, he is explicitly referencing that painting. The Cézanne painting was the Gulf of Marseille seen from Lestock. This painting here is called The Houses at Lestock. So it's an explicit reference. He's not plagiarizing or anything. It's an homage. But this painting specifically is where the name Cubism comes from, because when critic Louis Vaucel sees this painting, he wrote a review that could best be described as hedging his bets. It was along the lines of, well, I'm cultured. I appreciate what you're trying to do by making a painting out of cubes, but I think the public is going to think it's terrible.
Yeah.
The other name associated with Cubism is, of course, Pablo Picasso. Now, Picasso was also inspired by Cézanne, but he was inspired by a different group of Cézanne's work, namely this painting here.
Oh, yeah. Back to the prostitutes.
This painting is called The Bathers, and it just seems to break all of the academic rules. There's no depth to it. It uses color fading to cheat and create a little bit of the illusion of depth, but there's really no perspective anywhere. And on the far right-hand side of the picture, the degeneracy is so ambiguous that you can't even tell if that's a woman's tits or if it's the naked ass of a woman who's bending over.
It's profound.
It's French.
Yeah.
So along with a mask exhibition at Trocadero Palace, this painting inspired Picasso to do this.
Is it called The Pink-Faced Prostitutes?
Basically, yes, it's called the Brothel of Avignon.
There we go. Should have been called The Weird-Looking Hookers.
Well, it originally wasn't for sale. He hung this in his own studio, and this is the equivalent of Quentin Tarantino experimenting with a camcorder in 1987, doing stylized cinematography that always seems to, focus on a woman's feet.
Is that why maybe the girl in the top right looks like a baboon a little bit, like Mufasa?
Well, you see it all here. You see the geometric primitivism, you see Cézanne's lack of depth and compression into the plane of the canvas, you see all the anatomical ambiguity of the bathers. You certainly see that. But most importantly, you don't even see an attempt to follow the rules of chiaroscuro and perspective. It looks like they smashed this up and it looks like they smashed up a bunch of whores and put the pieces back together on a stained glass window.
Yeah,
It's essentially what that looks
it's like
like.
something out of frickin' Ed Gein's frickin' basement. I'm just reminded, I guess the person who painted this must have just been saying a big F you to reality.
Well, you see there's even a bowl of fruit in the front, which is, I think, an homage to Cézanne, because he was the guy who did all the apples in a weird way.
Look at me. I can frickin', I am in control of the cliche. The cliche is not in control of me. I can use convention.
Well, like I said, for the first 10 years or so, this was just hanging in his studio, and he was just this weird painter in Paris who nobody took seriously, and some might argue should have never been taken seriously. But then in 1910 and 1911, Picasso and Braque, they push this kind of stuff to its limit, and they do things like this.
Oh, that's something at least is going on here. I
Yeah.
wouldn't put this on a wall, but if this was again, album cover, nice.
Well, there weren't any album covers in 1911 is the thing.
Oh, poor guy. Phonographs or some shit.
Well, the cubes that Brock used to make the houses, they've clearly turned the entire canvas into that, and they've removed all color so that everything looks like it's, I don't know, a factory plate.
I like that everything is distorted, but I can still tell this woman is topless.
Picasso gonna Picasso.
Yep.
Yeah, Picasso did the one on the left, and Brock did the one on the right. But when you look at stuff from 1910 and 1911, it's almost indistinguishable who did what. And, you know, like so many other things in the world of entertainment and the arts, one guy became world famous and the other guy... One guy was Will Smith, the other guy was DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Poor DJ Jazzy Jeff. He just wanted to make music. He wanted street cred.
I think he still has street cred, but he was given street cred by Uncle Phil.
Yeah. Getting thrown out of that house week after week.
So by 1912, everybody in Montmartre is doing this kind of shit. But alas, if you're not one of the first people to do something, nobody really remembers you. But every one of these avant-garde artists is trying their hand at cubism, doing stuff that looks like this. And one of those artists is Piet Mondrian. He does this one, for example. This is called The Gray Tree.
The tree's black.
Well, I mean, you can see he's not even trying to put any depth in this. This, again, looks like something was smashed up and then all the pieces pasted on the canvas.
If my, like, 6th grader came home with this, I'd be really proud and I'd put it on the fridge. But this shouldn't be, like, you know, lauded. This reminds me of the tree from that horrible Poltergeist. Mm-hmm. That's my vibe. That's like, oh, that tree from Poltergeist. Okay.
So in 1914, Mondrian went back to Holland.
Good. Get out of here. Go plant tulips.
Yeah, he went back to Holland to visit his father who had fallen ill and the war broke out. Now, this is not World War II when the Netherlands was reduced to a few tulip gardens. Now, in World War I, the Netherlands was neutral, so Mondrian made the decision not to go back to Paris. I can't say I blame him for that decision.
Yep. Yeah, smart move.
Yeah, and while he was back in Holland, he said, you know what? Fuck it. If, as a cubist, I'm reducing everything to a stained glass window anyway, let's just go all the way and reduce it to a checkerboard with just a few colors, and I'm going to call it neoplasticism because I'm a pretentious artist.
I'm ashamed of this. I'm ashamed that another human made this and presented it as art. Like another grown man did that.
Yeah. Well, and believed he was avant-garde, believed that this art was going to change society into something utopian.
I don't know what's dumber, the guy doing that or the people being like, this is brilliant.
This is his progression from 1915 until 1920, and, you know, what even is there to progress from? Like, everything is just vertical lines and horizontal lines. This looks like those weird S's that we all used to draw in high school.
It looks like, to me, the bottom right, I want to start guessing, like, words. Looks like
it looks like a Scrabble board, you're right.
Or a crossword.
Yeah. Double word score. Yeah, I see that. And then in 1921, he has his big epiphany, because all of these fuckers have a big epiphany.
You can only do drugs for so long before you have some kind of epiphany.
Well, he says 3 colors in a grid. This is all I'm ever going to do for the rest of my life.
Oh, God, that's ugly.
And yet the guy is considered a giant of Dutch art. I'm sure you've seen stuff that looks like this. This aesthetic is almost cliche.
Stick to frickin' dikes, guys. Stick to building, you know, land partitions to keep the water out.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you're good at. Windmills. Stick with that.
Well, it seems like exactly the kind of overpriced minimalism you would expect from a Calvinist who was up his own ass. Yeah. And that's what he is. It looks like he got bored halfway through a crossword and called it a masterpiece. Like, I mean, what else are you going to say about this thing?
This is very lazy, very terrible, I'd have to work very hard to read anything into this. This is just.
I just felt a disturbance, like 1,000 art history professors just winced. Just because they all believe this is transformative and groundbreaking art, that doesn't mean they're right.
As if I saw this, I'd be like, which gender's flag is that?
I'm just going to say that the Da Vinci Code would have been a lot less interesting if the clues had been hidden in 20th century Protestant art instead of Renaissance art.
Just be arrows pointing to the Holy Grail.
But this shit has universal harmony or something. I think that's the term they were using, universal harmony.
Tom Cruise has Dianetics.
Yeah.
So, I guess we all need something.
Well, when Theo van Doesburg needed an official art movement to underpin his De Stijl magazine, it's going to be Mondrian's stuff. And the publication is going to push out all of these essays about universal harmony or whatever the fuck they're talking about.
Imagine being blown away by this. Imagine the simpleton that's going to say this is really good.
Well, here's the cover of De Stijl magazine.
This looks like an Atari game.
Now, I understand that this is 1917, and this is somewhat novel because we live in the age of the computer now. In 1917, he had to lay out the printing press and the wood blocks and everything to do this. So it's not 2025 when you have a bunch of fonts to choose from and you just select one from the drop-down list. I will say that maybe the first time you do this, it's a little bit unique and original, but you only get to play this trick once.
Yeah, this is definitely one time and we get it.
Look at the title there. The title, De Stijl, is made out of rectangles, so that's clearly an homage to what Mondrian was doing with the three colors in the crossword.
I didn't even see a word. I thought that was just more meaningless shapes.
Well, again, this is 1917, where playing with typography is kind of a new idea, but proving once again that all creativity was completely tapped out by about 1923. Here is MIT's rebrand in the year 2003.
Ugh.
That logo, that MIT logo on the right, is exactly the same thing as the De Stijl logo.
Yeah.
In 1917, maybe there was some message to be sent as far as this new mechanized world goes, proving you can make a printing press, make stylized letters out of perpendicular lines. I don't think it's the message that MIT should be sending in the 21st century.
No, absolutely not. This is this is why we haven't had any really good new technology in the last 5 years.
5 years?
That's fair.
Since the iPhone.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is there been any society-changing technology, and even what does the iPhone do? We all walk around staring at it. I want a printing press, something that changes society so much that all of Europe is having a civil war within 5 years.
I mean, we used to have rocket ships.
We used to have supersonic flight.
Yeah.
We've moved backwards since we were kids.
Yeah, we really have.
If you're the creative type and you want to use modern methods to become a creative professional, you are going to be stuck living in the movie Groundhog Day, doing the same thing over and over and making logos like this MIT logo, which is just a callback to De Stijl from a century earlier.
Remember when artists were lucky because they didn't have to do a monotonous, repetitive job?
Yeah, that's not the creative industry these days.
Nope.
On some level, I think that is exactly why Hollywood is tapped out. Think of how much creative garbage is headed up by Asian women who were tiger parented.
Notice!
Exactly. Yes, they had straight A's in school. Yeah, they might have had a little bit of technical proficiency in some craft or another, but they have nothing to say.
Nope, they have no life experience, and they don't understand the world except through what they've been taught. So how are they going to say anything new?
Well, I think the classic example of that was when, what's her name, Melinda Kaling, the brown girl, she did a reboot of Scooby-Doo and made Velma a fat brown woman.
Yeah, I remember that.
a clear self-insert because she just can't admit that nobody likes her?
Nope. She just, these people think that it's just like, it's not that I'm insufferable, it's just that I'm not in movies.
Yeah.
And if I was in movies, people would like me because they just like whatever's in the movies.
Yeah. Representation matters, right?
Yep. Sorry, guys.
Let me tell you about a man named Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Nobody was ever more represented in life than that man was. That man's legacy is not one of being a musical genius.
Nope. It's not the first thing you think about.
No. He is remembered for being an unconventional babysitter.
Yep. With the special light that went on when someone was approaching his bedroom.
So as long as the focus is on mass production, modern culture is just going to continue to churn out the vapid diversity hire.
Yeah.
And if anything, I would say that if you want to be a creative professional, there's probably more opportunity for you to do stuff like the seal on the left. I mean, look at that. That's regal, it's bold, it sends a statement, it shows the history of Massachusetts.
It doesn't make me want to freaking gouge my eyes out.
Well, the one on the right, I wish I could say that the one on the right made me want to gouge my eyes out. There's just nothing there. It's like, congratulations, you took an art history class. You think nobody knows this 100-year-old publication called Stijl. Sorry, it doesn't work in the age of YouTube when a bunch of autists look this stuff up.
Let's pretend we only have 8 bits and design a logo.
Well, this is where I differ from some people who say we don't want to fall into the trap of like making the old landscape paintings from 200 years ago, because that's just kitsch for the masses and it's not going to solve the crisis of meaning in the modern world. If you've ever managed technical people, you know that you get some really creative stuff when you set very tight parameters and very tight guardrails. And if you tell people that if you tell autistic people that they have complete freedom to do whatever they want, they always come back with some big convoluted piece of shit that nobody understands.
Involving furries or My Little Pony or Sonic the Hedgehog or something. They'll work that in. It's their special interest.
Says the guy who's making like a 24-hour-long art history series. I understand.
It's got to be said.
I just think that if we told people to create new seals and new coats of arms in the style of the one on the left, it would at least be meaningful.
If I were to commission a coat of arms for some reason, and the guy came back with the thing on the right as opposed to the thing on the left, I would be very upset. I would expect something on the more on the left with a little tradition and a little bit of something interesting there.
And 300 years ago, you could make that artist starve.
Yep. Exactly.
Do you know how many people in this town can afford to be an art patron?
Dance.
But I'm a painter. I said dance. So on its face, there's nothing terribly remarkable about the Stijl movement being yet another art compound claiming that they're seizing the real art from the formal academies.
Yep.
And there's certainly nothing special in the least about them pulling together these weird theories about spirituality and theosophy and whatever else, and applying this weird rhetoric about equilibrium and harmony in life.
It's just what weirdos do when they have free time.
Yeah. But it begs the question, what the fuck even is art at this point? Making woodblock typography that looks kind of like letters. Like, what even is art?
At the start of this, I thought I had a pretty good idea. I now have no clue.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember that this is happening at the same time as Duchamp's urinal, and at the same time that Rodchenko is writing his manifesto about how scientific research has told him that the true endpoint of art is a canvas painted red. And watch our last 2 episodes if you're not sure what I'm talking about, because, there's just too much to review in one episode. But you know how in the 80s the gay liberation movement used to be about hedonism and debauchery and spending a lot of money, doing a lot of hard drugs,
Yeah.
living hard, dying young? But at some point in the last 10 years, it just became a bunch of neurotic, autistic people complaining about their anxiety disorders.
Yeah, the new crop. There was a new crop of them at some point that was just not party hardy.
Yeah, no, it used to be about hedonism and not caring about your body.
Yeah.
Now it's about navel gazing about your pronouns.
Mm.
Something very different happened here. And more importantly, when the shift happened, they started kicking each other out of their sad little Facebook groups if one of them has the wrong definition of genderqueer.
Yeah. Ever tightening freaking, constricted set of, they all need an orthodoxy. They all freaking.
It used to be about getting a prostate orgasm. Now it's about getting the approval of a gender studies professor. And they all seem to have that same creepy uniform, like with the asymmetric haircut and a very light complexion.
Yeah, weird shirt.
Well, this dynamic is very similar to what happens to art in the 20s. Avant-garde art is going to go from being invited to the best parties in Montmartre, being invited to the parties at the Stein's apartment, to these ever bigger arguments about ever smaller issues. Same way that the sexual liberation movement went in the 2010s.
Okay.
And remember that these fuckers, they're all about tearing down the academies as stifling places that suffocate creativity. But it takes them all of 20 years to start having their own even more ridiculous arguments about academic theories that end with everybody trying to prove they can have the most bland work possible because it's more theoretically pure. It takes 20 years.
Like a purity spiral.
Here's a perfect example. We looked at this last time. This is the Rietveld House. Now, you see in the top left picture, you see all the old architecture, all the old houses done in a nice, aesthetically pleasing style. And then this obnoxious guy decided to build this house on the end of the row.
He must have not liked his neighbors.
Well, his neighbors didn't like him either.
No, if they halved my property value with this dumb house.
Well, apparently they all bullied his children ruthlessly, but that's just their way of saying, get the hell out of our neighborhood. And now this house is considered historic, so you can't even tear it down.
Oh, God. They did that with a drug bar in Toronto. They declared it a historical site.
Well, at a more fundamental level, what the fuck even is this thing?
Looks like some out of the original Halo.
Yeah.
Like some alien building.
Well, it's called the Rietveld House. Rietveld was a member of the De Stijl movement, but I don't think I really need to say that this guy came from the same art movement as Mondrian with the crossword puzzle.
It looks like his terrible stuff.
One of the most basic psychological tests is to ask a kid to draw a house from memory, and inevitably the kid draws a rectangle with a triangle roof, a door, a window, and a couple of trees. I think they call that a schema in psychology.
Yeah, schema. It's like a shorthand, so your brain doesn't have to process things as deeply.
Yeah. Now, in the 1880s and 1890s, you have people like Frank Lloyd Wright, who said that, wait a second, we have new building materials, so we can create new designs. Houses don't need to look like that anymore, now that they don't need as many load-bearing walls.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yep. He said we have reinforced concrete, we can do things like cantilevering, and we have steel frames, so we can have open plans. And you have plate glass windows and a bunch of other things, like central heating. So, people like Frank Lloyd Wright said we can start building weird shit. Of course, in the case of Frank Lloyd Wright, it didn't always go well. At one point, he designed a house for his mistress and her children, and because of the open plan, the servants were not separated from his loved ones. And one day, a Caribbean manservant snapped and killed his mistress with an axe along with two of her children.
It's weird that it was a black guy who snapped and did random violence.
Yeah,
That's unusual. It's counterintuitive.
Yeah. There's always one, right?
I guess. Yeah.
Then he doused the place in gasoline and locked the door, killing 5 of the other staff members.
Yeah. Again, it's so strange that it was a black guy that just snapped and freaking did random violence and arson. That's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to say I will let you draw your own conclusions as to whether or not you should let your Caribbean manservant live in an open concept house with your mistress.
Yeah, I could see that. Wouldn't get off the drawing board if I was in that boardroom. But
So when it comes to the Rietveld house, this is about 30 years after Frank Lloyd Wright. Well, 30 years after Frank Lloyd Wright had started. Frank Lloyd Wright was already established at this point. This guy's just trying to be obnoxious.
We need to get him a Caribbean manservant.
For whatever reason, he just wanted you to be able to see the graph paper that he used to sketch the drawings for this place.
What level of autism is that? That's high level. That's Sonic the Hedgehog level autism. That's Sonichu.
It's Sonichu.
This is Sonichu. This is his personal Sonichu. The first one got his wife killed because there was no cage for the manservant.
Well, but why is there such an imperative that it looks like it was drawn on a piece of graph paper? Like, one thing that might strike you as odd is if you look at the interior.
Oh, that's just as wrong and weird.
It's not just that the outside has to look like graph paper, the inside has to look like graph paper as well.
Yeah, even the inside looks like a house built by aliens that weren't perfectly familiar with the way that we live and conduct our housing.
It's not just that the entire interior has to match the outside, it's that the furniture has to match the weird graph paper aesthetic on the outside as well. If you like living in a cube, fine, but this is the 20s, and the architects are starting to get bold. They would start to insist that they design all the tables and the chairs and the couches in your house, and they would throw a hissy fit if you tried to remodel anything. Like, you couldn't just buy a comfortable chair without the architect bitching at you.
If my architect bitched at me, I'd pull a freaking, you hear me, Vonnegut? I'm going to put a stop payment on your check.
Well, these people thought it would violate the fucking harmony or whatever feng shui bullshit they were talking about.
You want to see violation? Keep running your mouth, buddy. Get my lazy boy in here with the TV.
Yeah. Well, where does this attitude come from? Why did the architect, or more generally the artist, think he could start micromanaging the people who were actually buying his work? Well, this is an episode about Germany. I'm already off on a tangent about this style in Holland. Now I have to go off on a tangent of a tangent to see how we got to this fucking point. We've talked a lot about how art is a nebulous concept that has essentially become meaningless by World War I. And if you've watched the last 2 episodes, you know that it's a 1-2 punch. On the one hand, every creative endeavor is deconstructing itself by the 20s. James Joyce, Marcel Proust are asking, what can I do with the form of the novel? Brecht and O'Neill are asking, what can I do with the form of the play? Ravel, Schoenberg, what can I do with the symphony, etc., etc. And eventually Duchamp says, what can I do with art itself? And puts a urinal in an art gallery.
It's all very painfully self-aware.
And this guy says, well, but what truly is art anyway? As if that's profound.
Like a fortune cookie, profound.
On the other hand, you have a bunch of truly stupid academic theories coming out of post-revolutionary Russia, where Rodchenko said he put hundreds of hours into devoted research and determined that the final form of art is painting a canvas all one color. And now that he's done that, art is finished. We're now doing something called constructivism, which is the next creative endeavor now that we're finished with art, which is the genesis of every hideous art installation that has to ask a question. Watch the last episode. It really is as stupid as I'm talking about.
It's pushing propaganda, and if you say it's ugly, you go to the gulag.
10 years later, Stalin does an about-face and decides to send the artist to the gulag.
You gulag. Sooner or later, it's your turn, Ivan.
Yep. That's the thing. If you're afraid to complain about the communist government, you're ending up in the gulag anyways.
There's a saying in Russia, you today, me tomorrow.
You could make the argument that maybe art itself no longer exists at the point that this hideous house is built.
I don't want it to exist if this is art. Just bury it.
Well, the thing is, that explanation feels unsatisfying because whatever you think of this monstrosity, it's at least trying to accomplish something. I'm not sure what, but it's trying to accomplish something. I'm happy to say that Lotus Kang's work is completely vacuous and meaningless when she hangs exposed film from a ceiling. That truly is nothing. Fuck you, Lotus.
Yeah, seriously, fuck you, Lotus.
The Rietveld house, it is something. It's the idea, just as for Bauhaus, that the entire building has to be the creative vision of the artiste. We're not just talking about the floor plan being a little bit functional. The whole building, from the walls to the windows to the decorations to the furniture, the whole thing needs to be obnoxious. We were talking about Picasso doing prostitutes with anatomically incorrect tits, and now we're talking about an entire house vandalizing a residential street. Like, if art hadn't been destroyed by Duchamp's urinal, it's at least a completely different conception of what art is by the time you reach this point.
Yeah, we're definitely off the beaten path.
So what the fuck is going on? Well, when the official narrative seems off, usually you can cut through the bullshit by just going back to the timeline and putting things chronologically. Because that destroys a lot of official narratives.
Yeah, they do a lot of jumping around.
That they do. So let's take a step back. What is the official narrative exactly? Centuries of academic painting, then the Impressionists come along, then Vincent van Gogh cuts his ear off, you have a bunch of weird avant-garde art groups writing their manifestos in the early 20th century, then you have the Armory Show, then you have World War I, and then you have this weird Bauhaus and De Stijl shit changing how buildings are built. That's the official story. Something was clearly missed. When exactly did we shift from weird painting to weird architecture? That seems like a shuck and jive going on here. That seems like a weird shell game that somebody played. Yeah. We never talked about architecture until now, and now we're asking why this house is centered to the art narrative.
It's like artistic mission creep.
Remember that this is just the capital N narrative, curated by the Museum of Modern Art. So let's take a step back even farther.
I thought you meant from an African perspective.
These days, tomato, tomato. Now, these days, it's from a queer women of color perspective.
The black people are offended.
Let's take a step back even farther. We've talked about Paris as being the center of the art world. We've talked about Paris as being the center of the art world. And we've said that after World War II, New York City is going to unseat Paris as the center of modern art. But if you are autistic enough to have followed along for the last 22 hours and followed everything, something should seem a little bit strange. Our second episode was about 19th century art in London. Our third episode was about 19th century art in Paris. What happened to the London part of the storyline? That seems to have just died.
Did it get blown up during the Blitz?
This isn't the Blitz yet.
No,
this is
like whatever happened, the bombs fell on it. And it's like, well, we don't know. The Luftwaffe took that part of our history. But...
It's more American hegemony has decided to airbrush the glorious history of the British Empire out because the Americans think colonialism is terrible. All those Africans getting fed and having working hospitals. It's just horrible, isn't it?
But what else have the Romans given us?
Well, when these pictures here are taken, this is peak British Empire. London is literally the center of the world to the point where it's 0 degrees longitude. It's where we base all of our time zones off of.
Yeah. Greenwich Mean.
Doesn't it seem a little odd that London doesn't really play a role in the capital N narrative?
Yeah, it's too foggy. I don't know what the hell.
We've already established the capital N narrative is nonsense anyway, but history is written by the victors, and so are aesthetic standards. It really comes down to the fact that the New Deal generation of Americans prefer this weird modern shit over the old aesthetically pleasing Anglo stuff. And we'll be exploring that soon enough, but when the Americans take over the world, they decide that this is what art is going to be.
Couldn't they have just I don't know, done something why this?
Yeah, well, we need to take another step back and look at what was going on in London this whole time, because maybe that'll give us a clue to how architecture just got smuggled into the story, just underneath our noses without us seeing it.
Okay.
At the same time that the Impressionists are doing their paintings in the 1870s, 1880s, at the same time that Paul Durand-Ruel is having some success selling them, if not in France, then at least in America, what was going on in London? Remember that in the 1880s, there is now a middle class in London and Paris, and you have a bunch of self-loathing bourgeoisie able to buy paintings from independent artists who at least had enough hustle to promote themselves. In London, you also have a middle class, and they have certain tastes. This is where you're going to get the concept of art that's not just a painting or a sculpture or even a building. This is where you're going to start getting the idea of art as the umbrella concept that covers everything from architecture to handicraft to build a whole space. So as simple as it would be to say that the concept of art was deconstructed to incoherence by Duchamp putting his urinal in an art gallery, that would just be too easy. In reality, with the rise of the middle class and the rise of nouveau riche people having their own tastes, art was always going to splinter into a lot of different things because it was never a thoroughly thought out concept in the first place.
This is why you define your terms, people.
Well, it was always the lofty academic ideals of a social climber from the Georgian era named Joshua Reynolds, who became the head of the Royal Academy. And, just like warfare, when technology changes, warfare changes. When technology changes, art changes and philosophy changes. And in 1880s Britain, you have something called the arts and crafts movement. And this is concurrently with the Impressionists in Paris. You can't really call the arts and crafts movement an avant-garde movement because, I've beaten it to death in this series that the Impressionists were not as big a deal in their own day as they are made out to be after the fact. So there wasn't really such thing as an avant-garde movement when the arts and crafts movement starts. But more importantly, the arts and crafts movement, it was started by two well-known establishment figures, William Morris and John Ruskin.
Okay.
This is avant-garde in the same way that Miramax movies in the 90s and 2000s were, quote, independent, even though Miramax was owned by Disney.
Mm.
In hipster talk, they're not mainstream, but they're very far from being outsiders.
These are well-connected people.
Yeah. So what was the arts and crafts movement? This is a textile.
Okay. Needlepoint?
Yep.
Oh.
This is curtains. This is a room where everything is handcrafted.
Wow.
Yeah. I wish I lived in a world where this was still the dominant aesthetic.
Mm.
And in London in the 1880s, this was what was popular.
So they had this a natural immunity to the nonsense?
Well, I look at a picture like this, and I really wish the British Empire was still around.
Yeah.
Maybe this feels a little old-fashioned today, but it's much less offensive on the eyes.
Well, and if you can do some art, you're gonna not be impressed by some idiot who's using a paint roller.
Yep. Again, every art history professor out there is going to tell you why Pete Mondrian was profound for using the paint roller, but you know, you look at this and it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
You don't need a professor to tell you why this is aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah. And this is DIY.
If I have one, criticism, if I have one criticism about this, it's maybe a little too elaborate for my tastes, but that probably says more about me being propagandized into a world of late 20th century minimalism, where I decorate my apartment at IKEA. We mentioned both of these guys, William Morris and John Ruskin, when we talked about the Crystal Palace last time. They were both opposed to the soulless aesthetic of something that looked like it came out of a factory. So the key to the arts and crafts movement is that these two guys emphasized living in a room where everything keeps its humanity in a world where everything is rapidly industrializing and everything is manufactured in a factory.
Like Tolkien.
Yep. Oh, just wait.
Oh.
Morris spent his whole adult life running a company that made custom furniture and custom textiles and hand-painted wallpaper for clients. And, this guy, he wasn't some soulless capitalist, quite the opposite. He was a communist.
Ooh.
Well, in the 1800s, in the middle of the Industrial Revolution, these words were still fluid enough that they didn't have the definitions that boomers use in their Facebook flame wars today.
Well, this is like before everybody starved.
Yeah. Well,
it's not like there were tens of examples of states that have tried these ideas and what do you mean we have no food?
Well, Morris didn't even want to run one of those states. He was more like the hippie who moves out to California and lives in the woods with his guns and his marijuana.
Oh, okay. Timothy Treadwell style.
Yep. He explicitly wrote that he was not a utopian socialist, and utopian socialism is what you associate with the Soviet Union. Believe what you want to believe about the Redwood hippie. I'm a lot less worried about him than I'm worried about the 36-year-old commie girl boss human rights lawyer. The one who gives a pro bono defense to Rajiv, the rapist from Punjab.
Mm-hmm. One of them is going to cancel me, and the other one is not going to cancel me. So,
well, the funny thing is, after she gives a pro bono defense to Rajiv, the Punjabi rapist, she's going to cry me too.
Yeah.
Now,
enjoy it while it lasts, ladies.
I'm not a communist in the least, but I can at least support Morris's opposition to the world of concrete slabs.
Yeah. Which ironically makes me think of communism. So.
Well, on that note, last time we talked about two proto-science fiction novels which laid out two differing visions of communism. One was actually Morris's book, News from Nowhere, about a rustic society in the English countryside where everybody is content with what they have and in touch with nature. This book was in response to his Yankee contemporary Edward Bellamy, who wrote a book called Looking Backward, about a utopian industrial society that produces so much abundance that America becomes a gigantic corporation that takes care of everybody's needs, and you just need to show up and punch the clock for a few hours a week, and nobody knows what to do with all the leisure time they have.
Oh.
We tried that experiment in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah.
You send people home and give them a check, you don't get a bunch of leisure time.
Nope. You get an opioid crisis.
Mm-hmm. You get a worse opioid crisis.
You don't worry, yeah.
Now you can look at this room filled with handcrafted art, and you can understand what inspired Morris's vision of utopia.
Yeah.
You can also look at Bellamy's book, the one about the industrial utopia, and you can see what inspired the Rietveld House.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Rietveld House looks like an IKEA showroom.
Yep.
Looks like everything was mass-produced in there.
Right off of a freaking assembly line.
If I had to be forced to live under communism, I would much rather have Morris's version than Bellamy's version.
It would be easier to hide food with all this stuff around.
Not least because Bellamy's version was essentially the model for the Soviet Union. But the thing you have to understand is that people with a certain temperament, they really do look at the IKEA aesthetic and see artistic vision. I look at stuff that's clearly factory produced. I see no creativity at all.
Someone figured out a way to do it cheaper if you put it together yourself.
Well, in some sense, this is one of the fundamental existential divisions of the 20th century. You know, you have Morris and Bellamy in the 1890s having their two visions of communism, but last time we talked about how this repeats itself in the 1930s with Huxley and Tolkien. Again, two very different images of society and two very different opinions on industrialization. You even see it in the 1990s when you get movies like Fight Club, where the unnamed narrator talks about the soullessness of living in a high-rise apartment full of furniture taken from a catalog. You know, the plot is set in motion when he comes home to see that a mysterious gas explosion has destroyed his collection of IKEA shit.
Good opener.
Yeah. So the arts and crafts movement, it was the first... So the arts and crafts movement, this one, the good version of it, it was the first one to try to dissolve the boundary between artist and artisan. In general, it emphasized handicraft, it emphasized natural materials, and it had an ethos of anti-industrialism.
I can get behind this. This is better.
Yep. Again, if I have to sympathize with a communist, I'm going to sympathize with the hippie who moves out to California and lives in the woods, if I have to.
And those handicrafts.
So Morris, he's going to look for well-to-do patrons, and he's going to have a niche audience. He's basically the anti-IKEA. Early on, he designs this house for himself in collaboration with architect Philip Webb. And this house is often called the first arts and crafts building. Now, this building at first glance, you might not see what's special about it. It has quite a simple exterior, even though the inside of it is a little more ornately decorated.
Looks like maybe elves or a hobbit live here.
Yep. Well, one of the things about this house is that it has custom windows for every room. That is definitely an anti-industrial decision for the era. In fact, windows were one of the first things to be standardized.
Yeah.
Another thing which is a little less obvious if you haven't studied any architecture is that the design, it seems to draw attention to the architectural features themselves, like the arches and stuff. They seem to be the creative decisions themselves as opposed to decorating around the arches.
Okay, yeah.
You know, the artistic decisions are what arches and windows to use as opposed to them just being features to decorate around. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
The idea of using the architectural features themselves, this is the idea that gets taken a little bit too far when the Bauhaus and Stijl people run with it half a century later.
The Lebowski villains.
Yep. Well, they run with it and call it expressed structure. So let's compare and contrast these two buildings.
Okay, so the one on the right looks horrible, and the one on the left looks not horrible.
Again, people spend their whole lives becoming art history professors or architecture professors writing papers that don't say anything as profound as what you just said there.
Call them like I see them, folks.
As art and aesthetics should be.
Yeah.
If you need a lecture to explain why something isn't ugly...
Yeah, it's ugly.
It's ugly, yes. You know, you can listen to the lecture or you can just look at the fucking thing.
Amen.
These are two buildings that try to make the point that you can be creative and original by stripping things down to the basics. But one of them is clearly designed by a guy who wants to be a good citizen and a good neighbor.
And not crater the property value around his house.
Yep. The other one is clearly by a guy who wants to find out what he can get away with.
Yep. He needs to find out where the real line is.
The Red House, it has a large servant quarters, because again, the guy does have some communist sympathies. But of all the sins of communism, I am not going to include a trust fund kid who puts a large servant quarters on his private property.
Well, we learned from the last guy, you gotta be able to confine these people.
You have to have a wall between them.
Yeah, you have a locking door at least. You don't want any repeats of the freaking incident.
The Red House, it's close to the city. It's in Kent, so that he can make his commute, but far enough away so that there's green space, which in theory he wants. But after a couple years, he says, fuck it, this is a pain in the ass. I'm just moving back to the city and living in a sardine can close to my studio. Kind of like me.
Yeah.
You know, I have to say, I do have some sympathy for the way this guy thinks. You know, in fact, if you believe in physiognomy, this guy even kind of looks like me.
Yeah, I can see it. You guys are distant cousins or something.
Yeah, I'm not doxing myself. You're going to have to take my word for it, but I do kind of look like this guy.
I can vouch.
Now, when I go to important events, I have a Canterbury Tales tie. And I guess it makes sense that this guy spent the last few years of his life making ornately printed books, and his magnum opus was this version of the Canterbury Tales.
Okay.
Just imagine how much labor is required to create the plates to print and bind this thing. But I mean, this guy spent his life making custom furniture, so I guess this book is in line with that level of Asperger's.
Yeah.
It was supposed to feel like you were reading something old and sacred, because clearly this guy respects the history of his culture, unlike creatives today.
Yeah.
You know, this is the kind of guy who would do an art history podcast, make it 30 hours long to make sure he gets everything right. So again, clearly I like this guy, even though he's a dirty communist. But
It's okay, he's like a hobbit communist.
yeah, by the 1880s, he founds the arts and crafts movement, which is concurrent with the Impressionists, and arguably much more significant, even though you don't hear about it as much.
Yeah, this fills a hole for me in terms of like some of my own culture,
Yeah.
why my grandparents were so into crafts and stuff.
Yep. Well, to be clear, he is not some outsider in the hipster cafes, though. You know, this guy is an Oxford-educated intellectual. And as I also said before, in some sense, his utopian book, News from Nowhere, was a precursor to Tolkien.
Okay.
In fact, he spent the last few years of his life writing fantasy stories. He basically invented the fantasy story set in a medieval world that he built up himself. He essentially invented, you know, world building, at least as far as medieval stories go.
And then you got Edison.
Well, one of his more famous stories was called The Well at World's End, and it had a king named Gandalf in it. So take draw your own conclusions about who influenced whom.
There's also Wagnerian opera.
Now, some historians think that Morris might have had Tourette's syndrome. I think he was just a twitchy nerd.
Yeah.
From
You call them spastics for a reason.
He said that you should have nothing in your house that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful.
Prevent hoarding.
Well, I really wish this was still the ethos behind creative activities.
Be a healthier group of people.
Yeah. Now, as I said, Morris, he founded the movement with John Ruskin. He was the most important critic in the Victorian age. We've talked about him in a couple of previous episodes as well. Ruskin was already writing essays and lectures on the importance of labor in art, and he hated the Crystal Palace just as much as William Morris did. So once again, we see just how arbitrary some things are and how few people can become the setters of taste. If Ruskin had actually liked the Crystal Palace, he probably would have thrown his status and his prestige behind somebody more revolutionary than William Morris. And as much as I try to keep these episodes self-contained, I do need to make some callbacks right back to the early episodes. Just look across the channel at France, where his contemporary, Charles Baudelaire, was championing Gustave Courbet and Edouard Manet. Our second and third episodes compared 19th century art in England to 19th century art in France, and we said that it was interesting that French revolutionary art was incredibly formal. You know, David was doing very academic paintings of the Roman Republic, and it ends with the Impressionists doing more abstract stuff. Whereas English art started with Turner doing his very stylized and abstract landscapes, and it ended with a much more formal aesthetic during the Edwardian age. One of the reasons is that right in the middle of the century, the main cultural critics in London and Paris decided to champion two very different styles of art. Just, there's not that many people who make the important decisions when you look at history. It's just knowing who those people are. Yep. But I mean,
like all the tech billionaires that surreptitiously control our society.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I, for one, love our tech oligarch overlords. Thank you, mighty algorithm.
Yeah, David Starkey, I saw an interview with him. He said, just as the real 19th century doesn't start in 1800, it starts with the French Revolution and ends with World War I. The real 20th century starts with Duchamp putting a urinal in an art gallery and ends with Musk buying Twitter and carrying a sink in so they can say, let that sink in, because he's a fucking nerd.
The autistics are taking over, guys.
It's just weird to think that one of the wheels on which history turns is the fact that Elon bought Twitter 3 years ago.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be super important.
So in the 1880s, you get a number of these arts and crafts guilds. They are shown off to America at the World's Fair in Chicago in 1893. Here are some of the other prints which clearly show off the autism of the creators.
Oh yeah, that's weeaboo.
Yeah. Well, the one on the left is Arthur McMurdo's Wren City Churches about London's architecture. And the one on the right is Aubrey Beardsley's illustration of Oscar Wilde's Salome.
Oh, okay.
So again, very ornate, certainly not made for mass production.
Oscar would be proud.
Yeah. Like the one on the left, these days you could do this in Photoshop, but just imagine you had to make metal plates to do this.
No 3D printer.
So that's the English contemporary of Impressionism, and because London is the cultural center of the world in 1880, these ideas are going to spread. 10 years later, the Art Nouveau movement is going to spread across Europe, building on this idea of combining art and handicraft into something whole. Like this is the Via Majorelle in France. It's definitely not a medieval Gothic cathedral, but it's also not the Rietveld house either.
Yeah, there's something going on here. Again, I'm going to say, like, if hobbits lived here, I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be like, oh, Bilbo.
Well, this would have been considered a completely modern aesthetic in its day.
Yeah, you can see that.
Lest anybody think I have an overly conservative attitude, I quite like this stuff.
I think so, too. I'd live here.
Yeah, like I said, it was modern in the year 1905, and it really doesn't feel all that dated now.
Oh, it's not, again, this probably wouldn't crater the freaking property value around it, so.
Well, I don't know how to describe it, but there is still almost a forward-looking quality about this, even in the year 2025.
Yeah.
Certainly looks better than all the Borg cubes everywhere.
Yeah.
The irony of everything is that in the obnoxious post-war aesthetic, the style, Bauhaus, all their glass boxes, that stuff was supposed to be revolutionary, but it feels dated. It feels stuck in Back to the Future.
Yep.
And yet this, you still feel like it's forward-looking in the way that an old cathedral is forward-looking.
Yeah, this would fit in anywhere. There's a timeless quality.
Yeah. Well, it's a timeless quality, and yet it's a very specific, early 20th century quality as well.
Yeah.
I mean, just like a lot of good Victorian architecture is architecture of its time, but it also is timeless.
Yeah.
Art Nouveau, it makes use of the fact that the world has industrialized. If you look at it, you see the metal siding on the windows. Like that couldn't have been done before. So this is certainly making use of the fact that technology has changed. Look at the stylized pillars on the window on the left, for example. Like look at the green columns that almost look like vines climbing the side of the house. That's certainly typical of Art Nouveau in the early 20th century. And remember what I said about the Red House, where it was simply designed, but the architectural features are what gave it its flair?
Yeah.
This is just pushing that idea farther. But it's essentially the same thing. It definitely has its ornamentation, but it's not ostentatious in the way that some buildings could be with, Greek columns or whatever else.
Yeah, it doesn't insist upon itself.
Yeah. So, arguably the first Art Nouveau building is this one.
Now I got one question.
Yep.
Was there a door to lock the manservant up at night? They locked them up if they did, though. They don't want any rehashing.
So, this was arguably the first Art Nouveau building. This is Hotel Tassel in Brussels, Belgium. This is where you really see the arts and crafts movement starting to transition into something else. It still has that industrial flair. It still uses steel with exposed rivets. But one thing that you'll notice is that it has these whiplash lines all over the place, inside and out, like from the grate and the doors on the exterior to the wallpaper and the carpets inside, and even the furniture. It all has these whiplash lines that are going back and forth. This is not a building that was built and then later on decorated with paintings and artwork. The whole building was clearly, meant to have a united aesthetic. Here's another example of Art Nouveau that always comes up when you look at the history of this stuff. This is the Paris Metro. The signs, the lettering, it's a very distinctive style because the Paris Metro was inaugurated for the Paris World Fair in 1900.
Okay.
Now, before continuing, we see something important. Now, I'm off on a tangent of a tangent, so we have to do the Inception thing here, and I have to jump back up to the top level of this story. This stuff is always glossed over in the narrative. According to the narrative, going into World War I, there are all these weird avant-garde movements putting up odd paintings like the Cubists, the Futurists, the German Expressionists, whatever. Then coming out of World War I, we have Bauhaus, the visionary institution that combines art, design, handicraft, architecture to build the modern industrial world. Whether or not a professor says it explicitly, it's always framed as though Bauhaus was the first place where people started thinking holistically about aesthetics. And from that point onwards, the concept of art includes the hideous or at least uninspired concrete architecture that we see all over the place. Bullshit. That was going on well in advance. That was going on with the arts and crafts movement. That was going on with Art Nouveau, the idea of building a complete building where everything from the furniture to the exterior had, a holistic aesthetic. I don't know what the best word for that is.
And yet, unlike the ugly house, I don't want to take a freaking sledgehammer to it.
Well, that's just what I mean. This whole narrative thing, there's a bunch of airbrushing, there's a bunch of 1984 stuff going on if we're going to say that Bauhaus were the first people to start combining everything into the idea of a complete building. Bullshit. It was being done for decades. It was being done better for decades.
No memory hole in here, folks.
Yeah. Clearly, just from the name Art Nouveau, the concept of art as the whole building was there by the turn of the century because the word art is in it. And also, the arts and crafts movement was 20 years before that. That also contains the word art. So it was not some fringe movement just being shown off at the World's Fair. Just like American Gothic, there is some real 1984 shit going on with the timeline. It would be one thing if the narrative was art changed into this new Gestalt idea that focused on craftsmanship, and then in the 1920s everything got industrialized and the Stijl and Bauhaus people hijacked art. That would be more germane to the story of how art got ugly, but unfortunately that isn't completely true either, because you had Art Deco in the decades after that. So, again, the official narrative, the official story, it's complete bullshit. But the official story is that World War I and the Dadaists came along and wiped the slate clean, and then Bauhaus built a new concept of art for the New World. But there's just an elephant in the room when you're talking about Bauhaus this way. The narrative tries so hard to hammer on about how art was the purview of the academies, and then these independent thinkers broke free and started doing art on their own. If you want to talk about seizing the art from the academy, why do we focus on an academy?
Good question.
Such mysteries need to be solved before our story is done. But in the meantime, let's jump back to our tangent of a tangent and ask how we got from buildings with these weird but cool looking serpentine trims to the Rietveld house within 20 years. Because London was the center of the world in the 19th century, there were a lot of cities across Europe that had artists who wanted to take a crack at the arts and crafts movement, and then at Art Nouveau. And in Glasgow, you had buildings where the trim was a little less ornate, a little less flowing, and more rectilinear. But you still see the ideas of new architecture for a new century. This is the Glasgow School of Art. This aesthetic would have been considered completely modern in the year 1900, but this is Glasgow.
Yeah.
This is definitely Glasgow.
Yeah, this feels like Glasgow.
Here is the sign on the Glasgow School of Art. So you see, even the lettering on the sign is supposed to be made modern. And again, this would have been considered completely modern in the year 1900.
We're going to teach all of the arts. Head button, paint.
Yep, it's my people. Don't cultural appropriate. The one on the bottom left, that's called the Hill House. It's made out of concrete, but again, it doesn't look like a big concrete slab. It has curved walls and it has shapes. Yeah, exactly.
Like a castle or something.
Well, it's fortification, but it's clearly done with the aesthetics in mind.
Yeah. It's not ugly. Again, it looks like an old castle or something.
Yeah. The one on the top left, that's a chair done by a guy named Charles Rennie Mackintosh, who became a little bit of a Scottish national icon during Art Nouveau. Clearly, that chair is less about comfort or utility than it is about matching the decor of a room. But again, that was the 1900s and the 1910s.
Did it get thrown at anybody?
It's Scotland, so probably.
All right, that's good.
I just imagine the leverage you could get on that thing.
I was thinking, if that lady had hit that guy with that.
And the one in the bottom left, that's the library at the Glasgow School of Art. Again, it would have been considered completely new and modern in the year 1905. And I wish we lived in a world where that was still the dominant aesthetic.
Yeah, if the Harry Potter kids were in there, it wouldn't look out of place.
Yeah. Now, moving over to Germany, you have something called Jugendstil. This is the Baron's house in the bottom left. This is the Haus in Vienna in the top left. This is the wedding tower in Darmstadt on the right. In all of these cases, you see the design is minimal. At least there's no ornamentation on any of these buildings. Again, the architectural features are still used to make the design decisions as opposed to putting decorations on the building. And the lines are certainly less whiplashy than the French and Belgian buildings, but it still features clean facades with geometric shapes and custom windows. You see that in everything here. When we look at Bauhaus, everybody talks about how they designed these simple, modern, and functional factories, but that turbine factory in the bottom middle, it was built in 1909 and it beat Bauhaus by 10 years.
Wow.
So again, it's just bullshit that we're told that Bauhaus is this forward-looking revolutionary place. We talk about it because it pissed off Hitler.
Okay.
Which we'll be getting to.
Yay.
The name Jugendstil, it comes from Jugend magazine. So it was originally explicitly an arts and crafts magazine, but it very quickly developed its own aesthetic, and this is what became the aesthetic of German avant-garde art before World War I.
Okay.
If you read Mein Kampf, Hitler finds this stuff a little bit less offensive, but he's still not happy about it. The magazine was culturally important in urban settings, but it's not Rolling Stone, it's not MTV. It only ever had a circulation of about 30,000 subscribers at its peak. But it definitely shapes cultural tastes among certain quarters.
Okay, like HBO back in the day.
But the missing link between this stuff, the nice architecture we were looking at, the Art Nouveau stuff that was a little more minimalistic, but still didn't look like shit. The missing link between that and the De-style Bauhaus graph paper shit comes in 1897 in Vienna. Usually, when you read about the Vienna Secession, you read about a group of artists resigning from the Austrian Academy, which they deemed to be too formal. Now, this is not like some group of crazy people in Paris who got invited to Gertrude Stein's apartment and then started doing these weird acid trip paintings.
Probably because of the pot brands.
Yep. Yeah, you remember that.
Oh, I've learned a lot from this podcast.
If this is the first episode you're listening to, yes, we talk about the history of pot brownies in an earlier episode.
Older than you think.
From a lesbian.
Yep, Jewish lesbian.
Yeah, the Vienna Secession, they do stuff with money from Karl Wittgenstein, who is a steel magnate. He's a father of the philosopher. He's a father of Ludwig Wittgenstein. And they build their own building called the Secession Gebäude, which I don't speak German, and I didn't say that angrily enough to sound right. But they build their own building called the Secession Gebäude, which is supposed to be their shrine of Art Nouveau. Like a big fucking cabbage on top.
Yeah, this looks like somewhere like Skull and Bones might meet, like some creepy freaking fraternity and fucking...
Well, this is what I mean when I say that this story had to be as long as it is, because it's so fucking self-referential, because this calls right back to our first episode. When Vasari wrote The Lives, he basically defined the concept that we call art, even though that word didn't exist in his day. And in that book, he had a woodcut showing the goddess of fame blowing a trumpet and 3 goddesses of painting, sculpture, and architecture rising from the dead. If you look at that, there's 3 Gorgons, there's 3 Medusas near the main entrance, and those are supposed to represent painting, sculpture, and architecture. Now, I'm not sure I would want to use Medusa as my symbol, but, this is what you would see as you were walking in. You'd see that. It says it explicitly. Those are the German words for sculpture, painting, and architecture.
Okay.
I guess it means that they want to petrify the traditional arts in the past and do something new. So you're going to be staring at the Medusa if you want to be an old artist. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's not quite...
They're doing pop around here.
Yeah, well, it's not quite the age of the manifesto yet. But this building itself is almost considered to be a manifesto.
Yeah.
The incarnate manifesto.
A glove was thrown down here.
Yeah. It's not just a meeting place, it's basically the temple for a cult. So the most famous name to come out of the Vienna Secession is Gustav Klimt, who we spoke about in a previous episode. But more importantly, this is the height of Habsburg's Austria, right before the Americans decided to wipe the Habsburgs off the face of the earth a few years later.
Sorry, Habsburgs.
Now, by some miracle, these crazy Vienna secessionists, they were actually able to score architectural commissions. And this put a lot of very bad ideas in people's heads. Usually, if you want a building, you pay an architect to design it according to your specifications. But the secessionists were able to convince rich people, let us, being the insufferable creatives with opinions that we are, let us browbeat you about what you want your own building to look like.
Jesus Christ. Imagine you go get a haircut and you're like, I want it like this. And they're like, fuck you. You get a mohawk.
Well, they were able to get a few of these things built. This is the Majolika House by Otto Wagner, who is kind of the big cheese of the Vienna secessionists. Mm-hmm. It's not as obnoxious as some buildings you see, but it could be worse. But I'm also going to say this is something that the neighbors might not be completely pleased about.
Something sits on the eye a little strange about this.
You know how in suburban cul-de-sacs, wasps love to be passive-aggressive about each other's Christmas decorations?
Oh,
I could imagine that happening here.
Yeah.
The next one is the Portois Fix building. Again, you're starting to see the Tetris aesthetic.
Yeah, getting a little silly.
Though to be fair, tiles were relatively new in this era, at least mass-produced tiles, so that ceramic tile facade was, it was trying to make a statement. It was an artiste saying, let's do something new. Then you had Stocklit Palace. This was, I think, some rich guy's private residence.
It looks like where an evil witch lives. Like if the Ringwraiths lived here, I'd be like, okay, that tracks.
Well, again, the Art Nouveau stuff, it was modern, but it didn't look out of place. This is starting to look out of place.
Starting to get a little strange.
This doesn't look timeless.
No.
This looks like it's stuck in the early 20th century.
Yep.
And this is the Loose House, the one on the right. You can see this side by side with the old Vienna architecture. Again, it's not the ugliest thing out there.
Looks like a Ramada.
Yeah, exactly. It's clearly more minimalistic. It clearly puts more focus on the geometric shapes. I'm not going to say it's the ugliest thing. I'm not going to say it stands out like an eyesore. But go with the old stuff, guys, if you have the chance. Again, these are not the obnoxious Rietveld house, but they require a little more chutzpah than I would appreciate if I was paying somebody to design my own building. The Secession's publication was something called Ver Sacrum, which is Latin for sacred spring. Now, the great thing about modern technology is that we can try to get a feel for how true the official story is, and I was able to scan a couple of issues of this old publication in and then feed the scanned text into ChatGPT to get a translation. So it was still the 1890s. It was not as revolutionary as you would expect from something post-World War I, but it starts with the story of ancient Rome where the plebs threatened to leave and create a new Rome only to be talked back. But then when Rome was able to weather great trouble as a sacrifice to the gods, the next spring would be considered a sacred spring, where some people were sent out to start a new community, and that community was called a secession. So these people see themselves as the new Roman secession. At least according to their publications, they said that they didn't want to turn their backs on the ancients, they just wanted to forge new ground, and more importantly, they said Viennese artists love to bitch about how the public has no taste, so let's actually make something for the public. That's a fairly common delusion of grandeur. I'm going to make something that's so aesthetically pleasing that the plebs are all going to have a new appreciation for art.
Oh,
Right?
yeah, that's...
I am under no such delusion of grandeur here. I know that about 1,000 people tops are ever going to view this and understand this, and good for you, my fellow Spurgs.
Yeah, way to go, guys. You found it.
Of course, this is a fairly common delusion of grandeur, but it's also not terribly out of place for the age of Nietzsche. Like, we're Zarathustra, we're coming down from the mountain with wisdom to share with the masses. In another essay, they talk about how to introduce modern art to Vienna, and this may be seen as a little bit of foreshadowing, in case there may be some young wannabe artists who happen to be in Vienna at the time.
I'm sure nothing will come of them.
Yeah, but there are 3 maxims that they come up with. First is to agitate, you can't fear being ridiculous. Second is you need to be hated. In Vienna, people only respect you if they hate you. And number 3 is never be appeased. If you keep saying no to the people of Vienna long enough, they eventually get uneasy and give you what they want.
This sounds very Semitic.
Now, I swear I'm not making this up. I scanned the first issue of their first publication. I scanned it, I fed it through ChatGPT and saw what they had to say. This essay said, Viennese painters have to show, if they can, how to be an agitator.
Yeah, there's some groups that just, there's the line that's posted and then there's the real line. And there's some groups, they need to know where the real line is.
Well, I'm just saying, there's going to be one Viennese painter who has to show, if he can, how to be an agitator. The first issue, it also ends with an essay titled Better Late Than Never about furniture, proving that the arts and crafts stuff is in the zeitgeist every bit as much as Nietzsche is in the late 19th century. He says that the Austrian Museum of Art shows developments in British and American furniture, so why the hell can't we get anything new in Austria? And I do have some sympathy for that point of view. But when people across Europe get word of the secessionists and how they can be obstinate and insist that they can be artistes about every last detail about their architecture, including the furniture, this idea is going to spread. And that's how you're going to start getting all of these weird creative movements that wanted to be like the Vienna Secession. Wait a second, we can browbeat our patrons? This is awesome. They all want to be like the Vienna Secession, where you had to get into the community by affirming their weird academic theories. And that's where these manifestos are all going to start.
All right, yeah, okay.
And these academic theories, they always have something to do with denouncing the bourgeoisie, even though nobody could define what the word bourgeois even meant. And most of them were bourgeois themselves.
Yep.
I'd say almost all of them were bourgeois.
All would have been kulaks.
Well, bourgeois was usually just a stand-in for whatever you didn't like that day.
Yep.
In fact, most of these academic and aesthetics theories just came down to we are so much better than the bourgeois Philistines, and we are replacing them as the sacred guardians of art. And this kind of becomes the spirit of avant-gardism in the 1910s and the 1920s. It's also why so much of the shitty avant-garde art seems to be in code, looking at you cubists, because nothing says we have special knowledge like a code that only enlightened people understand.
You need to read an essay to like this.
Yeah. But this is why so much of the 20th century academic bullshit is just esoteric theories that come out of movements that are cargo culting the Vienna Secession.
Okay.
And that brings us back to the Stijl movement in the 20s, when the Great War has come and gone. Stijl and Bauhaus are two of these many movements that want to be the next Vienna Secession, and Stijl just wants to do it with their weird graph paper shit. Now, this is not art history, this is history. And the United States has made Europe safe for democracy. The Netherlands, it was already a constitutional monarchy and it was neutral during the war. But the Russian Revolution kind of spooked the Dutch into making some major democratic reforms, lest their king end up like the Tsar.
Yeah, Russians will scare you.
Now, the Vienna Secession was operating in Habsburg, Austria. That was the most unabashedly monarchist and Catholic nation in Europe, the one which Woodrow Wilson was determined to smash to pieces. That is an environment where a breakaway group of eccentric artists can be a little obnoxious, knowing that if they piss off too many people, the emperor is going to make sure they never eat again. Germany and the Netherlands, they're now brand new democracies run by socialist parties.
Oh.
This isn't 2025 where democracy means bribing minorities with welfare to get votes. This is the 1920s, when that fetish is directed at factory workers.
Well, those were the good old days.
We will be talking in our 30th episode about the popular literature of the era, which was a lot of oddly homoerotic fan fiction about people who worked with their hands.
Can you imagine having a job? It's like sci-fi to these people.
Yeah, well, if you're a well-connected avant-garde artist in 1920s Holland, you don't get the contract for some experimental building with a flowery facade the way you would in Habsburg, Austria. You get the contract to make worker housing.
Oh, okay.
And worker housing means taking a fixed budget and making as many modular units as you can.
Yep. Some things never change.
Sure, it's less romantic, but remember one thing. The whole point of this artist community is that you're trying to spin up these weird academic theories and justify how non-bourgeois you are. And if you get the contract for worker housing, you can definitely run with the anti-bourgeois angle.
Ugh, I'm slumming it, folks.
So here's yet another clue about how art got ugly, or at least how architecture got ugly. In the 1920s, you could keep up the pompous attitude by designing a community of 200 concrete cubes. So the idea of aesthetics started to become a second thought. One of the members of the Stijl movement was a man named J.J.P. Oud, who became the municipal housing architect of Rotterdam during the war, and one of his first projects was this one. This is the Spangen Housing Project. Now, it can be described with a number of adjectives like functional, efficient, adequate, affordable.
Yep. Economic.
Nothing is necessarily wrong with it, but it's certainly been stripped down to the bare necessities. A couple years later, in 1922, he does this one. This is the Oud Mathanes housing project.
Yeah, this is looking a little familiar for any Boys in the Hood fans.
This is even more stripped down, because if there's anything the proletariat wants, it's to come home after a 12-hour shift at the factory and feel like his housing is efficient.
Oh, I'm going to beat my wife in this hovel?
But yeah, any ornamentation whatsoever is now gone at this point. And you can't really tell from the black and white pictures, but this does follow the neoplastic color scheme. The houses are white concrete boxes with red roofs, blue doors, yellow frames, and window casings. So again, this is like the Piet Mondrian's painting, and everything here is white, yellow, red, and blue. Again, nothing quite completes the feel of modular housing like a tacky color scheme, right? But a few years later, he goes one step farther and does this, the Kiefhoek housing project.
It's like a strip mall.
For the authentic feel of being in jail.
Yeah, seriously.
When it's not enough that your apartment feels like a sardine can, you need the building to look like one too.
Yep.
Let's compare and contrast Art Nouveau with this thing. On the right, you have a building that is, again, maybe a little minimalistic, maybe a little bit plain, but still fits in with the streets of Vienna. On the left, I have adjectives.
Just...
For all this talk about bringing art to the masses, it seems like the masses are getting a very poor substitute. This kind of shit, it works in Florida where it was built up in the 60s to be a cookie-cutter playground for the baby boomer generation.
There's nothing beautiful to make it look like shit, in contrast. Like...
Yeah. I can see Bill the boomer uncle strutting into this place on the left, wearing a tacky polyester suit, flashing a wad of cash from his wholesaling business. I could see that guy living in the place on the left.
Oh, yeah.
I can't quite picture Linus the Dutchman getting any joy out of living here, though.
No.
Also note the flat roofs. We'll be talking about that shortly as well. But to be clear, this is just one guy. There are not all sorts of red, yellow, and blue boxes popping up all over Europe. And if there was any justice in the world, these people would have just been remembered as a footnote, a relic of the 20s when people were doing all sorts of weird and wacky things before Europe went back to finding the next style of art, which happened to be Art Deco. But like so many other things, I'm talking about it for a reason, and this de-style stuff lasted somehow. Here's a picture of the school that I need to drive past on the way to work.
Ugh.
This is another artsy-fartsy building showing off an idea that was already beaten to death by the 20s.
This is uninspiring.
It shows off its flat roof and its stained and streaked gray exterior because, again, the stains and the streaks are almost as characteristic of modern architecture as the primary colors.
Yeah.
So what happened? First of all, it wouldn't be a pretentious art movement if there wasn't a modicum of backstabbing and arguing over trivial nonsense. So we bring back the two main figures of de-style, Theo van Doesburg and Piet Mondrian. The whole aesthetic of de-style is just a bunch of horizontal and vertical lines with spaces colored in with three colors. There's no way that's going to turn into a professional falling out, right?
Yeah, how could it? What's there disagreeable?
Remember, we're doing Rashomon here, so we're going to see appearances from characters in other storylines. In 1921, Van Doesburg, he meets with El Lissitzky, who we talked about in our Russian constructivist episode. As a reminder, he did the Red Wedge. He did this thing. And Lenin said, no, you're not going to be in charge of propaganda anymore. The peasants on the farm aren't going to get what you're trying to say here.
They will not starve for this.
To be fair, they'll starve for
They
anything.
will starve, but this will not inspire them to starve quietly.
Now, he is a total acolyte of Kazimir Malevich, the Black Square guy. And he wrote quite possibly the most dull children's book ever. And Van Doesburg thinks it's going to be the most brilliant thing ever. It's called About Two Squares, A Tale in Six Constructions. Van Doesburg is going to publish this book in Dutch because he thinks it goes along with Mondrian's neoplasticism. And this book is considered a seminal moment in graphic design. And just to prove that I'm not making anything up, here is an English translation. This is a children's book.
And yes, again, you could think it looks like game hair. Sometimes there are two cubes, children.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are two circles.
It's not exactly Dr. Seuss when it comes to children's books. I'm going to say that art has already lost something by the time we've reached this point. Hitler may have had a point when he said that there was something wrong with people's souls if they find any profundity in an argument between Piet Mondrian and the Black Square. But again, modern fine art school kids are having this discussion in the classroom, and we have to talk about it for that reason. But it was all played out by 1923. It's not original.
We've been having the same discussion for 100 years.
Yeah. I can't remember the full story here. I think the red square comes in from outer space and displaces the black square.
See, it's trying to explain gentrification to kids.
This is why Walt Disney hated these people. But notice one thing about this book. The squares in the typesetting, they're all at kind of funny angles. But it's going to inspire Van Doesburg to do something that truly offends Pete Mondrian to the point where the De Stijl movement is going to come apart over a feud. What do you think he does? Are you ready for this?
What did he do?
He did everything at a slight angle.
At least he didn't let the black guy out of the cage.
He calls this elementarism. It's basically the same thing as neoplasticism, but it's rotated a few degrees.
This is like something out of Jonathan Swift.
Apparently, Mondrian thought that putting things at an angle ruined the spiritual harmony, or whatever the fuck is that about?
You know how freaking the world of t-shirts kid, if you tell him to put the fries in the bag, he wigs out. Maybe this was his like fries in the bag. Clearly, there's no adults in the room that can be like, okay, we're not going to let you two do art anymore.
Well, von Duisburg and Mondrian are literally never going to speak to each other again over this.
That's how seriously they took this. It's not like they were making, they're making fun of us. This was serious to them. This was their religion. So,
De Stijl, it does last a couple years after this falling out, but this is the last commission they get in 1926. This is the Café au Bet in Strasbourg, done in collaboration with Hans Arp, who, if you remember from a few episodes ago, was one of the original Dadaists. Because all these people can sit around a fucking table.
Yep.
Well, that's the De Stijl movement. I guess it looks somewhat modern. It looks like something you'd see on a university campus.
Yeah, this looks like a badly designed coffee house on a satellite campus.
Yep. So ends the story of the De Stijl movement, and so ends this hour-long tangent. So now we have all the background in place to tell the story of Bauhaus. Bauhaus starts in 1919 with this manifesto. Like I was saying, this institution is where it all comes together and gives us the truly insufferable middle-class faux bohemian arts student who would draw something like this. I said before that the initial Bauhaus manifesto talked about how they were going to combine architecture, design, craftsmanship to create the complete building. Hopefully that makes a little more sense, because now we have 40 years worth of context leading up to it, as opposed to the usual story which just says, yeah, these Bauhaus fuckers came up with a brilliant idea to make the whole building. No, not original at all. The usual story is that they were starting from scratch in the rubble of World War I, and that they rethought everything about architecture, and that the manifesto made some revolutionary declaration that the complete building was the ultimate aim of visual arts. Now that we have our 30,000-foot view, it's bullshit. At the very least, it's not revolutionary, because the idea of producing the whole building is 4 decades old and completely mainstream at this point. But unlike the arts and crafts movement, Bauhaus is going to actually lean into industrialization instead of the way Morris wanted to avoid industrialization at all costs. And Bauhaus is going to design shit specifically to be mass-produced. So think about the autistic German engineer with no sense of humor designing a kitchen appliance with rounded edges. That's the kind of stuff that Bauhaus is going to be leaning into.
Okay.
Like this.
Yeah, it looks like a toilet.
Yeah, this is the kind of housing that somebody would call, I don't know, sleek.
Yeah.
Not beautiful, sleek.
Sleek.
The manifesto, it also talks about how the new design school is going to be completely modern and a cathedral for socialism. Because just like with JJP Oud in the Netherlands, Weimar Germany is a freshly minted democracy. And if you want government commissions, it's a lot easier to fish for a state commission to make social housing. And by talking about a building which was going to be the cathedral for their new and enlightened artistic theories, these guys were clearly following the model of the Vienna Secession and their secession building. What did they mean by completely modern, though? Like, if you wanted to design windows, there would be glass workshops. If you wanted to design metal, there were going to be metal workshops. And students were expected to participate in poetry and ballet and writing publications, costume parties. The introductory literature said that you were expected to contribute to a, quote, cheerful atmosphere.
Sounds like North Korea.
Well, does this not look like every theater kid you've ever met?
Yeah, this could be like my own theater camp experiences.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, just imagine every group of theater kids in the park singing "Always Look on the Bright Side of Life." That's Bauhaus.
yep.
Again, we are completely stuck in the 20s. Everything I find out about in the 20s, like, oh, that's where that comes from. The archetype of the insufferable middle-class art school student, Bauhaus.
Wow.
It gave it to us. The place was known for its parties involving elaborate sets and costumes that the students would have to build and design. So if you've ever known a cohort of art school graduates who talk about being against middle class conformity, meanwhile they're all off the factory line,
Yep.
that's these guys.
Okay.
Right down to their weird sexual practices.
Is that an artist thing or is that a German thing at this point?
It's a Bauhaus thing, at
Oh.
least the specific brand of it.
All right.
Yeah, Bauhaus is also known for its weird spiritualism and esoteric Eastern religions. One of the main instructors was a guy named Johannes Itten.
Good Dr. Evil?
He pushed this weird neo-Zoroastrian cult called Mazdaznan,
Oh, of course.
which it was basically the same shit you'd hear if you go to a yoga studio.
Yeah.
You know, he insisted on shaving his head, he insisted on wearing robes, and he also insisted on irrigating his colon.
Oh, yeah. That's comes up surprisingly often with weird cult people.
At one point, Bauhaus started insisting on everybody having a vegetarian diet. So it's not just that art hasn't had any new ideas since the mid-20s, it's that art school has been stuck in the same cookie-cutter format since the 20s as well.
Jesus.
So who wrote the manifesto? It was written by a man named Walter Gropius. This guy here.
Yeah, he looks like a manifesto writing kind of guy.
Yeah. Just as now, when an American looked at this guy, they thought he had the aura of European sophistication, as opposed to just being a quack with a funny accent.
Yep. They love a funny accent in the States.
Yep. He was a quack saying what he needed to say in order to get the next government handout. But Americans loved his sophistication. He was an architect who, before the war, had been part of another one of these wannabe Vienna secessions, the Deutsche Werkbund, who believed in combining architecture with the applied arts. And had the war not happened, he would have just been another one of these insufferable architects. So I'm not sure how much he actually believed in socialism or communism. But after the World War I peace settlement and the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm, he got involved in the November Group. Now, the November Group were not directly involved with the Bavarian Soviet Republic or any of the other attempted revolutions, but like all of these guys, the November Group were a bunch of creatives who were opportunistic enough to jump on the political turmoil and to use it to promote their artistic projects. They're also mentioned in Mein Kampf, so they would be on certain people's radar screens in the 30s. The November Group, they have a manifesto that talks about how painters, sculptors, and architects have been taking too much money from the bourgeoisie and it's blood money. Again, nothing new.
We must only get our money from the poor.
This is no different than the trust fund girl who says there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. No different. You know, we need to be true socialists looking to be part of the brotherhood of man, but like anything else, they're not really condemning the bourgeoisie so much as just looking for commissions from self-loathing bourgeois people. And Gropius, he was the chair of the November Group's Working Council for the Arts, talking about how all arts need to be united under architecture. Again, now that we have the proper context, this statement is more milquetoast than revolutionary. It's been going on for 40 years. But he also talked about how architecture had to be the business of the entire people, Translation, I want to be the guy with the commission for the workers' housing projects.
Yeah.
And I will totally denounce my own bourgeois background in order to get that contract. So again, just to put things in the proper context, because this always conveniently gets left out when an art history lecture talks about Bauhaus, there are all these weird art groups in the 20s competing with each other for workers' housing contracts. They're going to get in a bidding war by arguing that they can build the most bare bones design because efficiency and the almighty dollar are the real goal at the end of the day. And because all of these groups are led by these intellectuals who love to huff their own farts, they're just going to get into this retarded competition to make their design even more soulless and concrete box-like than the last guy.
Race to the bottom.
Well, beauty is bourgeois. Apparently the bourgeoisie are the only people who don't want to live in the cell block. That's what the proletarian want.
Yep, they love boxes.
Nowadays, the equivalent would be the grad student who insists that the poor black guy in the ghetto doesn't want more police, he wants social workers.
Yep, because he's never met a black guy. He doesn't realize that they hate social workers even more than they hate police. Social workers steal your children. That's what they do in the ghetto. So.
Also, any functional black guy wants police in his neighborhood.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the backdrop of everything we're about to see. And once again, Hitler's not necessarily wrong when he says that these concrete blocks are the only form of art that touches the soul of a Bolshevik. I am not saying Hitler is right about everything.
No, just
that. So what exactly happened at Bauhaus? This is the famous circular curriculum design diagrams. And it was filled with a bunch of these workshops where an artist and a craftsman would teach the class together. If you look at the circle on the outside, that's the preliminary course or the Vorher or the Vorkurs, the preliminary course which everybody had to take for the first year or for the first semester. Initially, it was taught by Johannes Itten. That was the colonic irrigation guy.
Oh, yeah. Gandhi.
Yeah, he would teach about his theories of color, his theories of forms, his exercises in drawings, his studies of material, etc., etc. Joseph Albers, who we will see later on because he definitely plays a role in art getting ugly, he taught the Vorkurs at one point, and he would do shit like giving students newspapers and telling them to turn the newspapers into art. The talented kids would like fold the newspapers into castles, boats, sculptures, whatever. But some of the students, especially the ones who were there to be graphic artists, they didn't know anything about building sculptures. So they would just fold the paper in half and make a tent. And when Albers would come back in, he would say, well, castles are meant to be made out of stonemasonry, but a tent is meant to be made out of paper, so you are doing art properly.
Homie had never seen a tent that would melt in the rain.
Well, I mean, he's talking about the materials, about how paper has tensile strength or whatever shit he was talking about. And if you watched our last episode, you know that this is pretentious bullshit taken straight from the Russian constructivists, namely Rodchenko's concept of factura, which was also cribbed by our good friend Lotus Kang. To jump forward a bit to when we look at abstract expressionism, Albers is a guy who spent his life making a series of thousands of paintings called the Homage to the Square.
Oh,
he makes thousands of these.
Jesus Christ.
I think no further comment is necessary.
No, well, this is terrible.
But many art schools these days have an introductory course, and it's usually modeled after the Bauhaus introductory course. Early on, Bauhaus was in line with the German Expressionists, with their geometric forms and hard edges that were maybe not always the most realistic. We looked at people like Ernst Kirchner a little while ago. Here are a couple more of his paintings. You know, not the most realistic. This is what you call German Expressionism.
Okay.
This is a distinctive style that comes about in the avant-garde era in the first quarter of the 20th century, and this was indicative of the branch of Expressionism that came from Dresden, the Bridge. The other one, the Blue Riders, the one that comes from Munich with people like Kandinsky and Paul Klee, both of whom end up teaching classes at Bauhaus. Those guys were more like stoners with weird ideas about spirituality and abstraction. And in the last episode, we talked about how Kandinsky originally moved back to post-revolutionary Russia, got an early Soviet posting, which was then promptly usurped by Osip Brick when Brick said that Kandinsky's weird theories were too bourgeois. But this is, at the end of the day, the age where every intellectual gasbag is trying to fillet Sigmund Freud. And Kandinsky ends up at Bauhaus teaching painting classes where he taught about the latest psychological theories as they apply to abstract painting. And I wish I was making this up, but this is when Gestalt research is going on, and Kandinsky tries to incorporate Gestalt research into his paintings. Here's something that he produces at the time. This is called Yellow, Red, Blue in 1925. Now, I'm not going to say that this is hideous, but I expect better from anything that I'm putting on my wall.
Yep.
There was also a German expressionist style of architecture, which is a little more minimalistic than Jugendstil. It's, for example, this building. This is the Einstein Tower in Potsdam, designed by Erich Mendelssohn in 1921. It's an observatory, so it's obviously functional. It's just not graph paper functional. Also, there's no paint on it.
Yeah.
Even though this building is not associated with Bauhaus, it's very indicative of the style that early Bauhaus was going for. Like, note that there's really no sharp edges because the message is supposed to be that we know that the poor peasants can't afford or appreciate brick masonry.
They can't afford edges.
That's bourgeois. Edges are bourgeois. So that's all fine and good, but in 1921, our friend from the De Stijl movement, Theo van Doesburg, moves to Germany. This is probably when he meets with El Lissitzky and thinks that it's the most profound thing to publish a children's book about two squares. But Van Doesburg, he wants to teach at Bauhaus, and Gropius says, no, you're too fanatical. So that's the kind of guy we're dealing with.
Wow.
This is the guy who got in an argument over whether or not it's a big deal to rotate a three-color painting a few degrees. So...
pretentious of their own butts.
Yeah. But this is the guy who was too pretentious to teach at Bauhaus.
Wow.
Actually, what do you think Van Doesburg looks like?
Steve Jobs, kind of?
Look at that.
Oh, God.
He's wearing a monocle.
That's upsetting.
Is this not the face of a chill, easygoing Dutch Protestant?
Yeah.
Especially the one with the monocle.
Yep. No problem here.
He's trying to be a man of the people. Nowadays, we associate the monocle with the Monopoly guy.
Yep.
So I guess he never ended up teaching at Bauhaus, but he did end up moving to Weimar between 1921 and 1923. And his house, it becomes the site of many a spirited debate between Bauhaus faculty. In 1922, the first International Congress of Progressive Art is held in Dusseldorf. And what happens? Well, Van Doesburg looks at a bunch of Bauhaus designs that were in the same vein as the Einstein Observatory. He said the curves were all too bourgeois, and that to be non-bourgeois, everything has to be mass-producible by a machine so that as many peasants as possible could live in it.
Jesus Christ.
And that was the genesis of the graph paper idea.
Oh, okay.
And it was going to take off like wildfire in this newly democratic Weimar Germany, because if you're trying to house as many workers as you can on the taxpayer's dime, politicians love hearing that they're actually enlightened by shoving poor people into cubes.
Yep. Yeah, I called it what Hitchens might say, hyper-irrigation.
So overnight, the philosophy went from being about uniting the artist and the artisan to the motto, art and technology, a new unity. And once
Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard.
So once again, you see that the idea of utopia doesn't exactly look like Bilbo Baggins in the Shire.
No.
That is a very, very particularly British idea. Not a universal idea at all. Most places, New Jerusalem is basically a big concrete factory where everybody watches TV and pushes buttons to get what they want. And in 1923, you see the logo of the Bauhaus change representing this new idea. You see the one on the left, it's hand-drawn. It evokes the idea of the human holding up the building. It's got a symbol on the right that Hitler's going to appropriate.
Yeah. We'll call it, for the algorithm, a swastical.
We'll call it like a Buddhist good luck symbol.
There you go.
Post-1923, you have the logo on the right, which is supposed to send the message that we create things that come off the factory line, which means right angles and perpendicular lines. Even the lettering changes, which is quite important, because modern typesetting revolves around making posters that are simple and have block letters that can be easily read and mass-produced.
Like printed t-shirts.
Well, this is about as different as you can get from Morris's ornate edition of the Canterbury Tales. In fact, that ornate printing style is going to get largely shit on from here on out, including to this day, for being stuffy and bourgeois. Now, let's not forget that this is Weimar Germany, where the school is supported by tax dollars. And the government is going to ask them to have an exhibition to prove that what they're doing is worthwhile. And I really wish we still lived in a world where publicly funded artists had to prove that they weren't wasting taxpayer money.
But I speak French.
That joke works in France and Quebec.
Yeah.
In 1923, they have their Bauhaus work show, and the centerpiece of it is the Haus am Horn. This is a single-family bungalow that is supposed to combine all of the Bauhaus principles to create the non-bourgeois dwelling of the future. Forget the Jetsons, forget Star Trek, I give you the Haus am Horn.
And the boys in the hood are always hard. Come talking that trash and we'll pull your card.
What the fuck is this?
It's a good prefab trailer thing.
This is supposed to be the culmination of avant-garde art. This is about a year before the beer hall putsch, and I'm just imagining Hitler saying, I'm going to throw you fuckers all into a concentration camp.
Yep.
And that concentration camp is going to be more creatively inspired than this fucking shoebox.
Yep. It's going to have a pool.
And showers.
Yeah.
When I say our culture is stuck in about 1923, just realize one thing. If you put a black woman named Shaniqua into this thing, you've got the DMV.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing is a UNESCO heritage site.
Oh, God.
So every institution insists that you're just missing something ingenious by looking at this thing and thinking it's a fucking box.
And whatever Big Brother said had to be true.
Let's look at a few rooms of this thing. This is
Twilight Zone shit.
Yeah, this is the kitchen, this is the children's room, this is the living room and the dining room.
Tron?
Well, Gropius got pissed off because the only thing people liked was the toys in the toy cabinet in the children's room.
Yeah, I can see that pissing him off.
It definitely has right angles. It definitely could come off of a factory line.
If you need to calculate the area of something, this is great. This is very convenient.
It's showing off modern life because your ancestors are definitely jealous that your house looks like the inside of a fucking refrigerator, right?
You're a Jack in the Box or some god.
I never thought that the revolution would be so boring.
Nope.
You know how every shitty band calls itself experimental?
Oh, yeah.
That's this house. It's experimental. Also, for some reason, the Wikipedia page finds it necessary to mention that this house was financed with an interest-free loan from a local Jewish banker.
Oh, you don't want to print the receipts on this.
That's what Wikipedia says.
Yeah.
Wikipedia has been thoroughly propagandized. I didn't make that up. I didn't even find that in the book I was reading. That's what I saw off of Wikipedia.
Sorry, tried.
And like everything else from the 10s and 20s, people hated it for the exact same reason they hate it now, saying that it looked like a coffee grinder.
Yeah.
Professors will say this building was ahead of its time. not appreciated in its day.
No, this is just an ugly, ugly, ugly little house.
I mean, I'll agree that it wasn't appreciated. And of course, the gray color, it was a symbol of efficiency and progress because colored paint was a sign of luxury and far too bourgeois.
The Puritans loved gray too. Jeez.
Now, with the shift from houses to like processed cheese from the factory, there was one major faculty change at Bauhaus. Itten, Mr. Red Robes and Colonic Enemas, he decided that he didn't want to be part of the factory aesthetic. So he resigned, and the Vorkurs, it was taken over by someone who agreed much more with the technological philosophy. He was actually a member of the November group, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, who at this point was a constructivist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that name is Hungarian.
Oh man, I figured he was from the subcontinent.
Huns, Gypsies,
Yeah.
There's some crossover there.
God bless the Silk Road.
Moholy-Nagy, at this point, he was a constructivist, and he was going to train the incoming students to design things for mass production. He took over the metal workshop, and he shifted the focus from craftsmanship to designing prototypes for the factory. Now, just a word about the world of 2025. Since the modern arts program at most universities is based on Bauhaus, I truly do believe that the university system is starting to collapse in large part because the university system of 1920 was meant to be integrated into this network of factories and manufacturers. And now that all of the manufacturing is done in Shenzhen, what's the fucking point of going to school anymore? Especially art school if you're going to be trained to make something for mass production.
Yeah.
I've met plenty of people who went to OCAD and then became tattoo artists, but I guarantee you that if they had the talent to become a tattoo artist, they would have been able to develop that skill without going to art school.
Most of them still have to be waitresses. So cut out the middleman, skip the loans.
So Christmas 1924. Gropius and the rest of the faculty decided that they had had enough of the local government in Weimar asking them to prove that they're not wasting taxpayer money. And they all resigned, moving the school to Dessau, which is today the place that most people associate with Bauhaus. Dessau was an industrial city, so there was a lot more money available for industrial prototypes, and Bauhaus was almost run like a business. It's amazing how communists and socialists in the 20s seemed to have no problem at all with industry when it meant scratching their egos and calling them creative geniuses. I wonder if that has any parallel with today.
Yeah, good point.
So once again, the idea that commies hate industry is just false. They're not Luddites because Luddites are working class.
Yeah.
These are not people who want a simple life in the countryside because that's Britain and that's bourgeois. They just think somebody else should do the work in the factories so that they can use the excess production for themselves.
Oh, of course.
Now, if you look at pictures from the Dessau era, the instructors at Bauhaus, they almost look like scientists wandering around a lab, which is, I guess, where you got the Bill Nye archetype.
Yeah.
You know, somebody looking more trustworthy because he's wearing a lab coat. Gropius, he designed the compound for the school, which is still kind of famous today. And at this point, he really gets the graph paper aesthetic down to a T, right down to the lettering on the building. Now, doesn't this glorified prison just inspire you to go out and change the world?
Yep. Yeah, it looks like every liberal arts campus.
Oh, wait, it looks like my high school,
Yep.
where every teacher was hooked up to a steady flow of either Prozac or weed.
Yep.
In fact, by this point, all of these weird avant-garde movements, they're starting to get involved in that race to the bottom on purity and functionalism. So for all the talk about how artists now had absolute freedom in the new democratic world after World War I, it took less than a decade for that freedom to turn into a competition to see who could make his buildings the most black and white and the most box-like and more obnoxious with their flat roofs and sheer facades. Our next episode is going to be about Paris. That's when we'll be talking about Le Corbusier, the ultimate cult member when it came to expressed structure, which means that if your building was made out of concrete, you wanted to show that it was made out of concrete with no ornamentation.
Oh, God.
Gropius, he used the factory aesthetic for the Bauhaus Dessau building with glass walls supported by a concrete skeleton and a lot of those perpendicular lines. Here's the rest of the compound where the faculty lived.
Oh, God.
Just imagine a bunch of pretentious people convincing themselves that they live in beautiful housing.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do it, man.
For all the stuff that government money goes into maintaining as a heritage site, this seems considerably less inspired.
Yeah, we don't want to preserve this.
In 1928, Gropius resigns for reasons that are still not completely known. Most likely the golem got out of hand because a bunch of the students were communists. And this was the golden age of fighting in the streets.
Okay.
And just to be very clear, Gropius was not a member of the tribe. He was a Gentile.
Oh.
And I said at the start of this episode that Hitler was going to save a lot of his ire for Gentiles. Gropius was one of them. Another one of them was a man named Ludwig Mies van der Rohe. If that name sounds familiar to you, we've already seen his work in this episode. He was the guy who designed the Seagram building. This ugly thing.
Yeah.
The completely uninspired building with the restaurant known for mediocre food, decorated by Mark Rothko. We mentioned that the avant-garde between 1885 and 1914 was a group of a few dozen people across Europe, all of whom could fit into a room, and that's certainly still true. These same names keep coming up over and over and over again, but something is going to happen in the next couple of decades. Matisse and Picasso, they're hustlers, trying to find eccentric art collectors looking to buy their weird stuff. But they basically think that they're going to die in obscurity, even though they both end up finding fame. Within 40 years, these weirdos are getting the contract to design major buildings in New York City. Something weird happened in the interim.
Yep.
The art and architecture of the American century is going to be all of this garbage that stems from Bauhaus, which is a rat's nest of communism. And we will see in the 1930s episode how this shit, which nobody even liked in the day, managed to take over the architecture world, especially post-World War II. But Mies van der Rohe, who is he? He's known for the motto, less is more. He didn't make up that motto, but it's certainly associated with him. And this building here, it's definitely less, but I'm not sure if it's more. In 1929, the World's Fair was held in Barcelona, and Mies designed the German pavilion. And it's not ugly by any means, it just looks like a Florida retirement community built in the 60s. Here's a reconstruction of it.
One of those old school McDonald's.
Yep. Yeah, it even looks like a drive-through there. Again, you can see the graph paper here. It's not as obnoxious as the Rietveld house, but if you built this in an old neighborhood, it would definitely stand out, and not in a good way.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of the walls of like yellow, red, and blue, he swaps it out with plaster, marble, and onyx. But again, it's still a piece of graph paper at the end of the day. And that rock pool, it's something that clearly inspired many a jacuzzi in a boomer's house. But one thing came out of this pavilion, known to every architecture student. Going right back to the arts and crafts movement, you needed to design furniture to match the decor, and every pretentious mid-century architect had this bloody thing in his office or apartment. The Barcelona chair.
Oh, yeah, I've seen these.
This thing was supposed to be the exception to the idea of designing things for the factory mold. This is actually supposed to be a luxury item for Spanish royalty, based on the cerule chair, which came from ancient Rome. Now, the Barcelona chair actually does require a lot of handcrafting, probably because of the leather upholstery, which is why, to this day, the official Barcelona chair carries a ridiculous price tag. That's like $5,000 almost.
Come on. Get that on the market for $200.
Yeah, sorry, $4,196.
That is a healthy margin, I'm going to say.
So the Bauhaus came to an end in 1932 when the local Nazi party drove them out of Dessau. Mies tried to open Bauhaus in an old factory in Berlin, in an old telephone factory. But the next year, the man with the mustache came to power. And Mies decided to just close up shop on Bauhaus when he showed up one day and the Gestapo had literally padlocked the doors of the building shut. So it goes. Unfortunately for the rest of us, we will see when we get to our 30s episode that the ultimate unfortunate Deus Ex Machina happens when all of these fuckers get jobs at American universities.
Oh, okay.
So ends the story of Bauhaus. Hitler, he definitely considered them to be cultural Bolsheviks, and he wanted rid of them. But we have to finish the story of Weimar Germany. And to finish that story, we need to look at what art was going on outside this weird government institution that completely destroyed architecture with its weird blockhouses. So after 1923, you probably had the last two true avant-garde art movements. In Paris, you had Surrealism, and in Germany, you had Die Neue Sachlichkeit, or the New Objectivity. New Objectivity, it attracted radicals from both the red team and the brown team, as well as artists from the Dadaists and the Expressionists. George Gross, he was a communist, and Emil Nold, he was one of the first members of the NSDAP. In fact, when the Nazis came to power, they told him he was allowed to remain a Nazi, but he was banned from making any more art for the rest of his life. And a lot of New Objectivity was just ripping on the war, on the Weimar Republic, on the new capitalist and democratic system that had been forced on them. Here's some examples of it. This is George Gross's Pillars of Society, about the ruling class of Weimar.
Yeah, this looks eerily familiar.
Yeah, the aristocrat is now a National Socialist who still dreams of leading troops on horseback. You have a journalist wearing a chamber pot on his head, a politician literally with the poo emoji on his head, soldiers covered in blood, and a minister preaching out the window to a burning city.
Yeah.
That's why they called it the New Objectivity. It was a grotesque caricature, but it kind of summed up the situation in Weimar Germany pretty well.
Yeah.
Next we have Christian Schad's Count Saint-Genois d'Adencourt. My French is terrible. It shows an aristocrat partaking in the bohemian decadence of Weimar Republic with two women who have rather masculine physiognomies.
Yeah. That would be fair to say.
This guy, Christian Schad, he also did a famous picture of two twinks making out. This is Dr. Meyer Hermann by Otto Dix. Unlike some Renaissance portrait of a merchant or physician, this shows what it's like to get a checkup from a doctor in a sterile modern clinic with bad lighting. Again, doesn't look realistic, but still gets the point across. This is also done by Otto Dix. Now that Weimar has supposedly, quote-unquote, liberated women by giving them the right to vote, and now that Sigmund Freud has given women the taste of sexual liberation, there came a new archetype, which in the day was called the New Woman. Opinionated and androgynous. I'm so glad we don't have that today.
Yeah, that would be really strange.
It's basically Joan from Clone High.
Yeah.
The only pleasant curves in this picture are on the table. Also sound familiar?
Yeah.
Now, I can actually somewhat forgive the ugliness in the New Objectivity, because it was intentionally trying to flip a middle finger to the Weimar Republic and this idea of capitalism and democracy instead of the military society which the Germans just craved to live under.
Yeah.
You know, they said we are not happy with the state of affairs, so they're going to portray the ruling class in an ugly and grotesque manner. So this is more of a political cartoon or a caricature than ugly art.
This is the Big Red.
Yes, yes it
okay.
is.
Oh.
Yes it is, or the Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
In fact, Anita Sarkeesian even wore plaid, didn't she?
Yes, she did in those videos. All she needs is like Hoochie Mama earrings and like dumb opinions about video games.
Now, to be fair, you look at these people's work before the war, and I'm not sure all of them had the most talent in the first place, but I am willing to give them a pass just this once, and I'm willing to say it's acceptable, but it's still ugly. Like Dada, it's a reaction to the war, it's a reaction to the industrialized society, and it's a very 20th century idea that left-wing is anti-capitalism, because the right-wing extremists blamed the capitalists just as much as the commies did. However you define left-wing and right-wing, the left was opposed to royalty and aristocracy, and in the 1880s and 1890s, one of the ways to reduce the power of the nobility was to support laissez-faire capitalism at all costs, because stronger business interests and stronger merchants would take power away from the king and the nobility.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it was called the Manchester School of Liberalism, and after World War I basically eliminated all of the hereditary rulers, there was just no reason for the left to be capitalist, or at least laissez-faire capitalist anymore, because they basically accomplished that goal. So when you hear your white bread uncle say, I'm right-wing, but I'm libertarian, it's such a fucking LARP, because that was just Manchester liberalism in the 1880s.
Okay.
And it was a great tool for the left. You know, I don't know what right-wing goals are ever going to be accomplished by giving more power to a corporation. So, buddy, just say you want low taxes and a life of hedonism. I won't judge you.
Yeah.
For both the left radicals and the right radicals, both the red team and the brown team, everybody blamed capitalism for the war. But I want you to notice one thing. The right-wing radicals might have used capitalism as a stand-in for industrialization, and the commies, they wanted it. The commies certainly wanted industrialization. They just thought that industrialization should be in the service of giving the excess to these shit-stain artists so that they could make their art, which was going to build the perfect society. It's just a little weird to think about that. You had some right-wingers who were completely opposed to industrialization, but all the commies wanted it.
Yep. They needed that excess to fund their art lifestyle.
Yep. You know, it's not just the Bolsheviks who thought this way, though. The American progressives, I'm going to punt on whether I should refer to them as communist or not, but as their informal manifesto, they had Crowley's The Promise of American Life, where Crowley talked about how if the United States organized their industry properly so that everyone got enough to subsist on, everybody would get educated, everybody would have enough leisure time to devote to creative pursuits, and every city in America is going to have as much cultural output as Athens, Florence, or Paris. Yeah, it didn't work out that way.
Nope.
And the American elites, they largely followed this model to plan their society for the first half of the 20th century. So I'm sure that once they put their welfare state in place in the 60s, every American inner city just became a cultural center that rivaled Florence during the Renaissance, right?
It must have blossomed.
Now, one thing that the new objectivists of both the red stripe and the brown stripe agreed upon is that the new democratic system was breeding complacency, because whenever there was a problem, people were encouraged to just wait for the next election cycle instead of actually fucking solving it.
Sure.
The message was that this democracy shit made society decadent and complacent, and it got rid of the will to resist. And this painting basically sums it up. This is George Gross's Eclipse of the Sun. To absolutely hit you over the head, the bureaucrat has no head and doesn't know what he's doing. Meanwhile, the head of the military and the head of industry are just playing him like a fiddle. Again, such a weird time that would have nothing to do with today, right? This is concurrent with the Surrealists in Paris, but this is the last of the avant-garde movements, and you can see why. The term avant-garde, it usually refers to the 1910s and the 1920s, even though these movements do go back to the Vienna Secession in 1897. But starting in 1910, you had the Futurist Manifesto talking about making art that worships machines and turning its back on the past. You had Metzinger's Cubist treatise, Du Cubisme, talking about transcending traditional art and multiple perspectives, changing the way that humanity perceives the world, because that's not pretentious.
No.
You had De Bruyck talking about the Nietzschean Superman, the Ubermensch. You had the Blue Rider talking about spirituality. You had Mondrian talking about how De Stijl was going to create balance and harmony in the world by making everything a fucking crossword puzzle with 3 colors. You had the Russian constructivists talking about how art is finished because their new constructions are going to be something even better than art and the next step in human progress. Even the Dada manifestos talked about wiping everything clean, but they still kind of had an implication that something better was going to be built on top of it. So for 15 years, everything we've been looking at for the last 4 episodes or so, all of these avant-garde movements are optimistic and utopian. New Objectivity is not, it's dystopian. This is a completely different mood. This is not even neutral on the idea of progress. This is like, oh fuck, this is leading us to a bad place.
Yep.
And that shift from utopia to dystopia is another clue of how art got ugly. Because a lot of art history narratives talk about how the avant-garde ended in the early 30s when Stalin and Hitler put a hard stop to it. There is some truth to that, but Paris doesn't have a dictator. London doesn't have a dictator. Rome does have a dictator, but we've already talked about him, and he has no problem with futurists doing their weird paintings of the view from the cockpit. Those are actually pretty cool. Go back a couple episodes if you want to see that called Aero Painting. So as important as Hitler and Stalin were with their policy of you try avant-garde stuff, you're going to a labor camp, I think avant-gardism just ran out of energy. And you can see that from looking at this painting. No artist is going to spend a career complaining about society unless that artist is a feminist or visible minority getting grant money.
Or like a late night host.
Well, yeah, begging for money from the system that they pretend to hate.
Yep.
No actually talented artist driven by creativity is going to spend his entire career just complaining.
Yep.
Sure, it was great that Woodrow Wilson got rid of their aristocrats and gave them democracy, but that means being revolutionary means you need to pay attention to politics 24/7, and that just sucked all of the creative oxygen out of the room. Art didn't immediately become bananas duct taped to walls, but this was the beginning of the end for art. Because all that creative energy, it's now going to go into politics instead of painting. So just to finish this episode off, since this is Rashomon, we're telling the same story from multiple points of view, and we just need to tie together the Moscow story and the Berlin story. I mentioned that the Soviets decided that they didn't want any more avant-garde stuff because traditional methods of painting just made for better propaganda as far as the Gopniks were concerned. And from 1923 onwards, they were just going to go with socialist realism. And then in 1931, Stalin brought the hammer down and said, every artiste who has a creative vision is going to the Gulag. But in that interim between 1923 and 1931, there absolutely was a Soviet avant-garde. It was just in Berlin. Oh. Stalin figured that he was fine with degenerate art that destroys the soul as long as it was happening in somebody else's country. The Bolsheviks in Russia, they thought that they were setting off a chain reaction that was going to lead to other Marxist revolutions, and within a couple of years, the whole world was going to be communist because Marx said this was just science, and as Anthony Fauci said, you should trust the science. Yeah. The most modern equivalent to this is probably how in 2015 every millennial feminist sincerely believed that if she just denied sex to any guy who wasn't a soy jack, the world would become feminist in a couple of years.
How'd that work out?
Then within a year, Trump was elected.
Yep. Yeah, that was an interesting time.
And then within a couple of years after that, millennial feminists turned 37 and trying the same sexual blackmail, and now it's just a combination of sad, disgusting, and terrifying.
They're all ethically non-monogamous.
Ethically and ethnically non-monogamous.
Yeah, there we go.
But as soon as the Tsar abdicated, the Bolsheviks thought that global communism was just a year or two off, so they just needed to give a shove here or a light spark there.
Like the Millerites.
Well, we talked about the Munich Soviet Republic, last century's answer to Chaz. But there were also attempted revolutions in Hungary, in Berlin, and Bremen, and they were all the same. Idealism runs into reality within a few weeks. At the 1919 meeting of the Comintern, Trotsky said, okay, comrades, we used to think that the revolution was a few months away, and now it's probably a few years away. But the Comintern honestly believed that Germany was such a tinderbox, like a chicken without a head now that the Kaiser was gone, that they actually penciled in a date for the German Revolution.
Like the Millerites.
November 7th, 1923.
It's not far off, actually.
Now, there's one thing we do autistically here at Radio Free History. That's that we're very finicky about dates, because common myths often break down when you realize that the dates are out of order, or conversely, things make a lot more sense when you realize two things are going on at the same time. The scheduled German Communist Revolution was November 7th, 1923. The beer hall putsch in the real world happened on November 8th, 1923.
Wow. Jesus.
Communists, you haven't gotten anything right ever.
Nope. Communists can't do anything.
So like so many other things in the history of communism, you have a few years of idealism followed by many more years of saying, fuck it, let's just give ourselves make-work jobs, undermining things in the name of the revolution. And they figured the best strategy was to start planting subversive operatives in Germany to start undermining the local culture. And the Comintern's main man in Berlin was a man named Willy Münzenberg. Münzenberg, he was chosen in 1921 to set up the MPR, which is something in German that roughly translates to International Aid for Workers, because the Reds were still fighting the Whites in Russia when a famine had hit. And in true communist fashion, they needed an intellectual with his hand out, laying a guilt trip on other Western intellectuals. The NPR got a few high-profile names to be their Bono or their Live Aid. Most famously, they got Albert Einstein and George Bernard Shaw to say, yeah, the Russian experiment has hit a snag, but it's so important that we help it out to prove that it works.
Oh, Jesus.
More importantly, though, a bunch of these German avant-garde artists are going to be their We Are the World. So by about 1925, the NPR is basically the Berlin Arts Council churning out publications and theater productions. Now, the NPR, they claim to be liberal and humanist against imperialism and against fascism. In reality, Münzenberg is just getting orders straight from Russia to do things that were convenient for the Russian cause.
Yep.
How do we know this? 3 ways. Firstly, we have access to the documents in the archives. Secondly, if you read a book like The Red Decade, which was written at the time by an independent journalist who was not enamored at all with the Soviet project, but was stationed in Moscow, he'll give you a much more unbiased account of what was going on. Thirdly, and most importantly, if you read Mein Kampf, Hitler's greatest ire was reserved for the art scene in Berlin, saying that when some new communist idea came into vogue, every newspaper, every theater, every artist was just magically on the same page.
What would that be? Good thing we have no idea what that would be like now.
And just to be clear, just like Walter Gropius, Willy Münzenberg was high on Hitler's shit list, but he wasn't a Jew either. Hitler's moving passion was fixing the art scene in Berlin. In reality, the NPR had open financial links with all sorts of international communist organizations. It worked with publishing houses in Berlin that were progressives. And in America, progressivism was still somewhat ideological, but in Berlin, the word progressive just meant that they were getting orders directly from the Politburo.
There we go.
From 1923 onwards in Russia, the state didn't want anything to do with avant-garde art anymore, and you could only buy art supplies through a state-owned store, so they could choke off the whole endeavor. But they were perfectly happy to tell their avant-garde artists, if you want to go make hideous art, go to Berlin. The main constructivist journal, it was called Vesh, or The Object, which was worked on by L. Lizitsky and Mayakovsky, who we spoke about in the last episode. By all means, it was a Soviet journal, if not an explicitly Trotskyite journal, but it was published in Berlin, and while constructivism was already being decried as bourgeois back in Mother Russia, nobody really cared in Germany. And Berlin was going to be the site of the first Russian exhibition in 1922, which showed off the constructivists and was supposed to portray Russia as an open place for international intellectuals. Malevich, the Black Square guy,
Oh, yeah.
he was never allowed to publish his theories in Russia, but the Soviet government sent him to Berlin in 1927 to have an exhibition. And he made sure to get all his crazy papers published when he had the one chance to do it. So the story of Berlin art in the second half of the 20s is a lot less interesting. It's really just two groups of propagandists fighting with each other, sometimes violently, and has been well documented. It was not unusual for extremists to switch from one side to the other in either direction, since Marxism is about bringing about the revolution to create communism at some point in the future. The communists didn't exactly see the rise of the Nazis as a bad thing, specifically because they wanted to destabilize the country into further fighting. One of the big reasons why Hitler won the election in 1932 was because Stalin personally ordered German communists not to support any moderates. The Comintern published a statement in April 1933 saying Hitler's rise to power was actually a good thing because it would destroy the old system and bring about the proletarian revolution.
Yeah, they were convinced that this was a step towards communism.
People always cite Hitler as an example of democracy going wrong, as if the Germans got caught up in a wave of mass hysteria. Let's just review the timeline. In 1918, the Americans don't allow the European countries to settle for peace unless the Habsburgs and Hohenzollerns give up their centuries-old dynasties. And at the end of 1918, the Kaiser and a bunch of constituent kings of Germany abdicate, leaving Germans with the message, "You've been given the gift of self-governance, figure it out yourselves." This leads to a power vacuum where a few small Soviet communities of rich kids try to establish themselves, going just about as well as you'd expect. Also, since Austria was completely destroyed, Germany is going to shoulder all the blame for the war and have a gigantic war debt. Also, you guys just went off the gold standard, so paying off the debt should be easy. You just need to print money.
What's the worst that could happen if they print a bunch of money?
So throughout the 1920s, the Germans get their first true taste of democracy, and it doesn't exactly look like a council of enlightened men calmly and soberly debating issues. It looks like two groups of crazy radicals, many of whom are failed artists fighting in the streets, each claiming that they have a better way than the other of overthrowing the system. Meanwhile, in the background, there's a senile old man who is technically speaking the head of the republic. Also, the Soviets are dumping all sorts of money in to subvert the country and to cause a revolution. By the end of the 20s, the Soviets say, fuck it, let's just accelerate the collapse and help Hitler get elected. Does this sound like a calm, rational, democratically minded people deciding one day to vote the wrong way?
Nope.
No, it doesn't. But you got to remember one thing. Nazi art, as much as we talk about the communist stuff, Nazi art was just as revolutionary, just as pro-progress, just as anti-democracy, anti-capitalism, anti-bourgeois as communist art was. If anything, Nazi propaganda called the bourgeois people a bunch of pussies who didn't have the spine to stand up to the communists, while the Nazis understood that the commies needed to be met with the same level of violence. In a democracy, you need to make the best argument. In my government, you just need to beat the shit out of the other guys. Yep. I'm also not going to pretend he was wrong. This is where the Nazis had a distinct advantage with their messaging. First of all, communists don't exactly tend to be physically intimidating.
No.
They just bank on the fact that you don't want to fight them because you have a day job. The Nazis are like, you think we're afraid of that? We're a bunch of unemployed failed artists as well. We'll kick your ass.
Yep.
But second of all, remember our friend Willy Munzenberg, Stalin's man in Berlin. At the end of the day, he's just a dipshit intellectual, and dipshit intellectuals have a pathological need to explain how they're using better ideas and not just using force. Think about the BLM protests in 2020. Thugs were burning down the cities for 5 months, and not a single person had the honesty to say, yeah, we're doing this as a power play. Yeah, every diversity hire is a white guy out of a job. Yes, every dollar that goes to our charities is a dollar that doesn't go to a hollowed out Rust Belt town. We win.
Yeah.
Nobody had the balls to say that, even though that's what was going on.
Let's buy some mansions.
Munzenberg, he's going to have the exact same handicap, especially when the order comes down from Moscow that Comrade Lenin ordered that all art has to be in the service of a coherent narrative of socialist realism. They talked about how the most important goal is that schools need to be like factories, churning out members of the intelligentsia that are all parroting our bullshit. Gee, how could that be relevant? By the end of the 20s, Munzenberg's job is to set up a bunch of organizations, one of which is the International Union of Revolutionary Artists. But somewhat ominously, that organization was transferred from Berlin to Moscow in 1930, which was right before Stalin brought down the hammer and said, fuck it, we're dropping the intellectualism, going straight up authoritarian.
Yeah.
But that story can wait till the 30s episode. In 1929, the Nazis start the Kampfbund für Deutsche Kultur, loosely translated as the Fighting League for German Culture, as the counter to Munzenberg. It also claimed to be an independent organization above politics, but it was very clearly a Nazi organization looking to get in wherever they could, just as the communists did. And in 1930, Nazi architect Paul Schulze-Naumburg, he was appointed head of the Weimar School of Applied Arts and told the museum to start removing anything by Bauhaus artists. And as we will see in the 30s episodes, say what you will about the Third Reich, they had much better architecture than the Bauhaus style graph paper stuff. And as you might expect, radicals and fanatics, they just want to be radicals and fanatics. So yes, you would regularly get communist artists switching sides to the Nazis and vice versa. One example was Joseph Thorak. He did this statue at the 1937 World's Fair. This guy was one of Hitler's great propagandists. He was an artist communist right up until the day that Hitler was elected, but, you know, radical's gonna radical and artists gonna beg for government commissions. When the communists started to get some pushback, they did what they always do. They pretended, we weren't all that radical, you guys are the radicals. Communist newspapers, they actually started denouncing Dadaism. Poet Johannes Becher, who was literally a Communist Party functionary, started saying that new objectivity was reactionary. And if there was ever one moment that marked the end of avant-gardism, that was it. When the communists are formally taking orders from Moscow to say that the avant-garde is bourgeois and capitalist, it's over.
Yep.
So this is the milieu into which Hitler is elected in 1932, largely with the support of Stalin. Stalin tells the communists in Berlin not to support the Social Democrats, ostensibly because a fascist government was more likely to destabilize Germany and bring about the revolution. And of course, this raises one last question that I'm going to end the episode on. It's the question of whether New Objectivity and German Expressionism actually were embraced by the Nazis. And the answer is not even close. Gottfried Benn, a poet who hated Weimar, he was broadly supportive of Hitler. He said that Expressionism could maybe be a useful tool to advance the German interest and the Nazi interest. When it came time to remove degenerate art in 1937, his work was denounced as degenerate, he was denounced as a pederast, and he was called a Jewish homosexual, even though I don't think he was actually Jewish. Himmler had to step in and defend this guy, but the next year he was told, all right, we saved your ass, no more poetry. Goebbels, he had some expressionist ambitions as well, but when the Nazis came to power, Hitler made it very clear there is not going to be any first few years of the Soviet Union where there's weird, cerebral, artistic propaganda. He was going to go straight to work on praising Hitler and the German people. And so the Rashomon storylines are 3 for 3. You had a weird avant-garde artist support the new regime coming to power, and that weird avant-garde artist was immediately told to shelve it. Mussolini, he had Marinetti, who was told that futurism had a place, but that his weird aero painting was always going to play second fiddle to the Renaissance revival paintings. Lenin had Mayakovsky, the alcoholic Gopnik poet in the yellow scarf, who ended up killing himself when the Soviet government wouldn't produce his weird experimental plays. And Hitler had Goebbels, who had his weird allegorical plays full of archetypes and was promptly told that he was going to get serious if he didn't want to be branded a degenerate. And you do not want to be branded a degenerate by Hitler.
No, not in this period.
The more interesting epilogue to close out the story of 1920s German art is to tell the story of what happened to Münzenberg. Hitler was elected in 1932, and Münzenberg said, you know what? I'm moving to Paris. He continued churning out pro-Soviet and anti-Nazi propaganda from Paris, but by the mid-1930s, he started to become disillusioned by Stalin's policy of murdering all the intellectuals. Then in 1936, which was right in the middle of the Great Purge, he got a letter from Russia summoning him to Moscow because Stalin wanted to talk to him.
Hey, Galileo, come see me in Rome.
And he decided it was not in his professional interest to go, so he refused and was formally condemned by the Comintern. And this is not like getting banned from some Facebook group of Marxists for transgender people for using the wrong pronoun. This got you blacklisted from every communist organization in the world.
Wow.
Then a year after that, Stalin showed the world that he really never gave a shit what these people thought when he entered into a pact with Hitler.
Yep.
Western academics have never forgiven Stalin for that one, because he committed the grave sin of not taking academics seriously.
You gotta trust the experts, man.
Why I care about your academic theory? I make alliance with Hitler. I get half of Poland. Then Hitler invaded Belgium, and the French government tossed all the German nationals into a concentration camp until they could figure out who was and wasn't a spy. And Münzenberg was tossed into one of these camps. Münzenberg was released shortly thereafter with 2 of his German communist friends and was found murdered the next morning.
Yep. Was it an ice pick this time?
Well, conspiracy theories abound about this guy's death, but one of the reasons we still don't know the full extent of Soviet infiltration of the arts in Weimar Germany is that this guy took a trove of secrets to the grave with him. And so ends the story of Weimar Germany.
Oh, it really was the communists screwing up the art.
Yes, it was. Anyways, that went on.
How would that be apropos of now?
Anyways, that episode went on long enough. We have one more Rashomon episode to do, and that's Paris. See you guys next time.
All right, you know the drill. Like and subscribe on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Support us at kofi.com/Radio Free History or at subscribestar.com/radio-free-history.